Very good morning. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we have a jam-packed league programme here at the Modus Super Series on this Tuesday for you. Overnight, John Henderson, the Highlander, leads the table. Him and Danny Jansen tied on 8 points going into today's action. And just like yesterday, we're going to be watching it in the company of Matthew Edgar. John Henderson had one of the best performances of the day, had the best running average of the day, but Danny Jansen had a real consistency about his game.
And that's what you need. He never dropped off his levels, did he, Danny Jansen? He never quite hit what we did at the start of the year when he was winning those Challenge Tour titles, but he kept himself sort of mid-80 range throughout the day, and that's very, very hard to beat. You're always going to get opportunities, especially in this format.
So they're the two players at the top of the table, and this is how they did it.
Thrown a little bit quicker there by John Henderson, maybe resigning himself to the fact that he'll be winning this leg. And he won't be winning this leg.
Caron.
Great job, double 16.
Game's on
A picture for the Highlander. Double 14. Oh, spectacular.
Danny required 129.
Still plenty more darts to go.
Well, that's another stunner. So that's just some of the story of yesterday here at the live lounge. As we mentioned, Danny and John top of the table. We'll talk a bit more about them now and start off by talking about Danny and talking about the consistency of his game, because he had a very good start to 2024. He dropped off tour, but looked like he was rebounding very quickly. He had a bit of a stall towards the summer, but there were signs yesterday that maybe he's beginning to move in the right direction again.
I think it's all in the right direction for Danny Jansen, regardless of where it really came. We'll spin the narrative, of course, of how the season started, because it looked very strong that he was going to get his tour card, get a World Championship spot, all off the Challenge Tour, when now it's in question. However, when we look at what he's achieved so far in the game and where it is a continuum. It is exactly where I'd expect him to be. And maybe now just reverting back to a little bit of type, certainly in regards to seasonal stats and what we've seen from him in the past. At the start of the year, he did excel, so we know he's got that burst in him. So now's a good time of year if you can find another wave.
And is it different for Danny? Because of the start he had to the year, there's actually a different pressure on his shoulders than perhaps he did have when he was winning titles.
Well, now he's got something to lose, hasn't he? Which is something different altogether. When you start as well as he did, you know you're going to be in all the Pro Tours pretty much all the year round. So you know you've got that to bank. You expect to be in the World Championships, but because you've got that expectation, now you can only be jumped by other people. And this year has been dominated on the Challenge Tour by a handful of players, which means that the good start Danny Jansen's had isn't being quite as impactful as it normally would. So he has been swamped a little bit in regards to those top positions, but he's still got the chance due to how well he started.
And he's made a good start here to this week. Level on points with John Henderson at the top of the table. Kevin Mills, the debutant, won 3 out of 5 on his opening day. Crabtree and Robert Thornton have got work to do, while Jeroen Caron is also bottom of the pile. But in terms of John Henderson, we were speaking at the end of play yesterday that he just looks in a very good place about the sport, playing at a very high level, winning titles on a regularity, probably more than he ever has done in his career. And just everything just seems to be a little bit like Danny, just building in the right direction again.
I'm really impressed with what I saw from John Henderson yesterday. It was the typical Hendo story, which was a slightly slow start and then getting stronger as the day went on. He did have that average over 100 in the mid part of the day. I wouldn't be surprised to see that again. The only concern I ever have for John Henderson here is just this early morning time slot. If he gets that right, he could go through the card, which is some statement considering how strong the field is for this week's Group A.
Well, let's have a look at the betting, see what the bookies think about today's action. A couple of points to make on this. First of all, Danny Jansen and John Henderson level on points. They have Danny Jansen at 2-1, John Henderson 21-20. First of all, is Danny Jansen too big at that price?
No, I think that's about right. If I was pricing this up, I'd be looking around that. I'd probably even go a little bit bigger, 5-2, 3-1, to try and tempt people into taking that market, because I think with the players that are in this field, he's going to get caught out if he keeps that one pace going throughout the day. The other thing yesterday, he took a lot of good moments and good shots. So is that going to continue where he's got that clutch one dart in hand? For me, though, the big story there, Crabtree 7-1, Kevin Mills 7-1. Kevin Mills here on debut. Yes, he's got a couple of points advantage on the table overnight, but I'm surprised to see that they've put those two players at the same odds.
With players like Cam, players like Robert, we know their A-level. We know what they can do on any given day. Particularly in the case of Cam Crabtree, is there value to be represented? Because Cam averaged over 89 for the day yesterday.
I think it makes it really hard to find value when you've got people like Robert Thornton in the group, because we saw it yesterday. Robert Thornton, the only player to beat John Henderson, and then he ended the day with a mid-60s average. So I think sometimes it's really hard to try and predict those. You know, you might look at a game and think, right, I'm going to take Robert Thornton on here, and he'll go average 100. And then you think, right, okay, I'm going to back Robert Thornton now. And he goes, he's very, very hard to read. And that's something else we sort of learnt a bit yesterday with Cam Crabtree as well. He had the best average of the day, 107, but at times looked vulnerable.
18 plus, gambleware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, to our first game of the session, a repeat of how we finished yesterday. And it sees Robert Thornton and Danny Jansen go toe-to-toe. For the Dutchman, it's a second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He made it through to Saturday on his debut, but wasn't 100% fit for that particular task. But definitely fighting fit now and in a very good place about his game. I caught up with him early on this morning. Danny, really good first day for yourself here at the Super Series. 4 wins out of 5. You must have been really pleased with the consistency of your performances as well.
Yes, for sure. Yesterday was, I think, a really good day. I played, I think, really good stuff and really steady, just what you also say. And I'm just happy with my wins and just happy I start feeling good and like throwing a lot better and feel strong again.
It's been about trying to rebuild a bit of confidence for yourself, because the first part of the year was really, really strong, and then the second period of the year, it was good, but maybe not as good as the first part.
Yeah, and actually I have no idea how that happened. Like, everything is good at home, everywhere is everything great. So I was like really a little bit surprised that it all happened. But yeah, you try hard, you fight hard for it, and then it's just all on the wire. But you play the hardest level of darts, so you cannot win everything. And that's just hard sometimes, but it is what it is.
When you're in that situation where you feel like nothing has changed in terms of the way that you approach the game, but the results change, how do you approach that? Because I can imagine there's a feeling of try too hard to try and rectify the situation.
I just try to like put the practice more up and like just try to stay comfortable with my darts and like not get too frustrated. But yeah, this darts, it is what it is. Like this on a wire, this goes in and goes in, and I just have been a little bit unlucky in the late couple months. So I just hope that now it turns around and finish the end of the year strong.
Been a while since we've seen you here. Last time we saw you here was back in March. How much do you enjoy playing at the Super Series, and how much are you enjoying the challenge and the test of what is a very tough group?
Yeah, I like to be a lot. Like last time I think it was really awesome. It was my first time, and yeah, I made it to the finals night. I was happy. I was just really sick that day, that whole week actually. And this time I feel good. I feel great. There's a nice group. It is a really tough group, and I'm just ready to show what I got.
Looking good, playing good. Wish you all the very best, Danny. Good luck today.
Appreciate you.
And Danny Jansen and Robert Thornton was the final game of yesterday, and it's the battle that will kickstart Tuesday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It was a match that was won comprehensively by Jansen. Didn't have to get out of fifth gear to get the better of the form by 4-0 at the end of Monday's play. But a new day brings new hopes and new expectations as far as the Dutchman is concerned. Top of the table, or joint top of the table at least. He has got something to lose. The 22-year-old from Holton in the Netherlands, a weekly finalist in his previous appearance, up against a man who's made more weekly finals than any other player. His 14th appearance this week, Robert Thornton. He's made the final on 11 occasions. Twice a runner-up in a week, 6 times a semi-finalist. He's also won a specials week. He picked up the Double Trouble title at the beginning of September. He believed that was a monkey off his back and an opportunity for him to move forward. Jack Garwood, who drew Robert Thornton's name out the hat in the World Seniors Masters draw last night, has swapped, drawing out balls for the microphone in his hand. And Danny Jansen kicking off the day in perfect style. Matt Redger's alongside me. Hi, Matt.
Morning Henry, morning everyone joining us, and what a way to start the day this is. We've had 6 perfect darts. Make that 7 and counting. Just looking over yesterday's performances. Game 1. That was where we saw the best of Robert Thornton. Averaged 89.07, picking up his only win of the day, and that was against the man top of the table, John Henderson. So he's got a little bit of form, he's got a little bit of history in regards to hitting the ground running against some of the favoured players of this group.
The only downside, he'll have to play John Henderson last, and he won't be afforded a performance like that against him there. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Potential 12-dart start for Danny Jansen. He's unable to take out the 96. He's left himself on a double after a dozen darts, but it may be rendered irrelevant. If Thornton could find treble 17, which he was unable to locate, would have given him a poke at the bullseye. And so Jansen double 8 to take out the opening leg.
Game shot on the first
Nicely
leg,
done.
Danny Jansen.
Real good opening leg from Danny Jansen. 14 darter, and there really was no messing about there from the mullet.
It's Robert to throw first. Game on. $140.
Got a bit of grimace on the face already this morning, Robert Thornton, which is good to see. We talked yesterday quite a lot about that moment
93.
of implosion where things just start to go wrong for Robert Thornton. This is where he plays his best, when he has that steely focus. But
84.
what we find with Robert Thornton is sustaining that across 5 matches is quite tricky, especially with the assignment
58.
how he's got it here, the fixture list. Playing game 1 and game number 15. That means the games in the middle are also stretched out as well, which
66.
I can tell you a lot of players don't tend to like that format and that sort of structure to the day.
Yeah, I've spoken to 1 or 2 players about it in the past, and
92.
ideally for them, they would love the shift where they play game 2 and game 14. So you're not playing the longest shift, but you've got enough gaps
98.
between games and you're not waiting a while. You kind of got that happy medium.
This is a conversation that happens a lot in the practice room. Players look at the fixture breakdown. Most people love the Group B. We know Thornton loves tops.
93.
Not on this occasion, and that maximum
78.
from Danny Jansen has put him within striking range here. Try to recover the situation with a double-double,
11. Robert, you require
but
20.
makes an almighty mess of it.
Game shot on his second leg, Robert Thornton.
And Thornton levels up at 1 apiece. Good quality contest this so far. 14 and 16, the 2 legs in this game.
Third
Thornton
leg, it's Danny
averaging
to throw first.
just a shade above
Game
a
on.
ton. Jansen averaging 96. It was interesting. I was speaking to
100.
Danny this morning on route to the venue. And he was talking about the environment, and he was talking about the players as well that are involved this
28.
week. And he was mentioning that the whole environment, the quality of the opposition, the way each other plays the game, and the camaraderie in the practice room,
126.
he said it is just suited for everybody to play at their absolute best, to play at their absolute premium.
140.
And he said this morning the winner of this group is going to have to play very well, because there's a feeling in that practice room that on any given game,
89.
somebody can do something special. Game recognises game.
And that was the point I was trying to make at the start of the show as well, where
140.
it's very, very hard to predict this group because everyone's got the ability to beat the others on any individual match. You look at Jeroen, Caron and Robert
41.
Thornton being the 2 players at the bottom of the table. But Caron averaged 85 yesterday across the entire day.
99. Danny, you require 145.
Robert Thornton, dangerous in any given match. He's going to be dangerous here in this leg. He's got an opportunity to break the throat.
86. Robert, you require 94.
Oh, he went the safety route. He went for the ball. The dartboard said no.
38.
Well,
Danny,
he
you
paid Danny
require
Jansen the
59.
ultimate respect, but the ball paid him no respect back. And so Jansen, to establish his lead in this contest,
Game shot on the third
fires
leg,
home
Danny
tops.
Jansen.
Is that the Super Series version of the wall?
Fourth flag, it's Robert to throw
The
first.
dartboard paid no respects,
Game
like the
on.
wall paid no respects to John Part at the Alexandra Palace.
Well, the ball's paying Robert no
80.
respect at all because in his last 2 visits, he's seen a dart rejected from it.
And he says again as he throws his hand down in frustration because he knows, he's been around this game long enough to understand
125.
that one dart can make a big difference when we're working at this level where there's not much between the players. The dart rejected in the last leg, that could have cost him a dart at the ball. And here
85.
means he needs an extra treble now because a 140 from here leaves 196. So he now needs a maximum.
140.
Not just leave himself on a finish, but to stave off Danny Jansen, who is threatening the break of throw here.
60.
With his best performance of the week so far. We said day one was all about consistency for Danny Jansen. Maybe today's going to be about quality.
140.
Well, he said he was feeling good about himself. And with a performance like this, you can understand as to why.
Danny
Once
requires
again, he needs
96.
himself on a 2-darter after 9.
56.
And leaves
Robert,
himself
you
on a
require
double after 12 for the second
142.
time in this contest. But is he going to get a go at it? Is he going to get a go? Because Thornton's
Game
taken
shot
out the
of fourth flag.
1-4-2
Robert Thornton.
to save throw and to deny Danny Jansen an opportunity to build a 3-1
Fifth flag,
lead.
it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Best finish of the week so far as well. That was currently held by Danny Jansen, the 129, where there was 2 double 18s yesterday at a
140.
fantastic moment. Thornton showing his qualities.
65.
And for the 3rd leg in a row, he has to go down to the floor to collect one of his darts.
One thing you can never question
95.
about Robert Thornton is his fighting spirit and his never say die attitude. And those qualities coming to the fore there. Jansen
40.
must have felt that he was coming back with 3 darts in hand to win a leg which would have seen him throw for the match. He hasn't let that disappointment drag him down.
140.
If anything, he just continues to press home with the task ahead.
140. Danny, you require 126.
Didn't use the 19s there on this shot, Danny Jansen. Knows he's got a bit of time on his side.
$86.
Well, for the 3rd leg in this game, Jansen's left a double after 12. He did so the previous leg. He didn't get a look in.
111.
Difference is he's on throw
Danny,
in
you
this
require
leg.
40.
But this time he has squandered the
Robert, you
opportunity at a
require
double.
145.
And Thornton's got another 140 plus out. But this one he won't take.
121.
But he leaves it very, very
Danny, you
handy.
require 40.
Panic stations. Great
Game shot
dart.
on the 5th leg. Danny
Great
Jansen.
dart there from Danny Jansen. When you have all that time that he had there, 6 darts in hand to get the job done, and
Sixth
you
flag,
tick
it's
off the
Robert to throw
opportunities
first.
and the chances one
Game
by
on.
one, you get down to that last dart in hand, you start to think, oh no. Especially when it's you on the
78.
dart, especially when that opportunity to break was rearing its head for Robert Thornton. Good composure.
100.
There's a really big round of fixtures, the opening round on Tuesday, because there's a possibility that things could be really tight in the group. Or if
85.
Jansen and Henderson win their opening games, there could be a bit of a gap that opens up to the rest of the field. Jansen and Henderson win their opening games against
57.
Thornton and Crabtree respectively. They'll both be on 10 points. Crabtree be on 4, Thornton be on 2. And if Caron beats Mills, they'd open up a 4-point gap on
134.
him and a 6-point gap upon everybody else.
38.
For Thornton with 6 starts from 204 to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
100.
Treble leads himself on a makeable out, 104.
59. Robert, you require 104.
Feels like a carbon copy of the last leg where the player with throw running away with things.
36.
Thornton trying to leave himself old faithful tops. But this is where Jansen could just cause a bit of a stir.
100. Robert, you require 68.
Take us all the way. It's only going to be a dart at the bullseye. And a dart that
27.
cannot be taken.
Danny, you require 147.
Well, considering the Thorn hit him with 142, the 147 would have been some way to have hit back, and it would have been the final shot of the match.
47. Robert, you require 41.
Tops.
Get
And we
shot
go
on
all the
sick
way.
leg, Robert
All
Thornton.
6 legs in this match have gone with throw. And so fitting we have a last leg decider to
7th
kickstart the
and final
day.
leg. It's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Can he break this cycle here? Danny Jansen that he's just found himself
60.
in. That last leg, he managed to throw 18 darts and was still left on 100. And he's open trebleless here.
42.
Robert Thornton could probably sense the opportunity, but he's not able to cash it in. Finally, Jansen back in the red.
140.
Playing 2, Danny Jansen levels. Average just under 90, the doubling okay, 3 from 9.
83.
If you were to categorise the typical performance of this man, it would probably be the one that you're seeing here.
100.
And this is where we talk about timing. Danny Jansen there's just had 21 darts in cycle where didn't really find anything. Robert Thornton wasn't able to
83.
capitalise on that passage of play, which went for around about 2 minutes. And now Jansen back in the comfort zone, back in the trebles,
134.
and maybe about to be back in the winner's enclosure.
67 points away
108.
from going to the summit.
See,
But
Danny
Thornton
requires
hits the maximum
67.
to apply maximum pressure upon this shot. 1 dart at tops. It's
Big
all
shot.
Danny
And the
Jansen
match,
needs to
Danny
take the match
Jansen.
out. Robert Thornton sinks to his knees as he sinks to defeat. It's the man at the top of the pile. The trademark celebration in situ. Relief, most possibly. And does he look cool when he downs a glass of water? Danny Jansen beats Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3, averaging a shade under 91. 4 out of 11 on the doubles. So cool, so calm, so collected. And he's top of the league. Coming up next, Crabtree and John Henderson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Danny Jansen got the better of Robert Thornton in a last leg decider for free. He moves to the top of the table. He moves on to 10 points, and John Henderson can join him there if he gets the better of Caron Crabtree in our second match of the morning session. Yesterday was a day at times to remember for Caron Crabtree, but at times also to forget. The 21-year-old from Croydon, the runner-up in Series 7, is looking to book a Champions League return after missing out in Series 8. As for John Henderson, he's looking for only a second Champions League appearance in Series 9. If he does so, it'll be the biggest gap between Champions League appearances. Last making the big dance back in Series 2. 7 series on, he is hoping for another Highlander fling at the big jackpot. But first things first is to get this week under his belt. And his first task is to win Group A. And he has put himself in a very good position to do so. He had the best running stats in terms of yesterday's action. He had one of the best results in terms of yesterday's action. But he didn't have the highest average of yesterday. That belonged to this man in your picture here, about to throw the first start of the game, Caron Crabtree, who averaged 107.36 in a 4-0 win against Jeroen Caron, and kicks off this game in perfect style.
I was just about to say we had the same in the last game, didn't we? When Danny Jansen kicked off with a 171 and then Robert Thornton hit back with the maximum. So 3 of the 4 players kicking off with maximums, but none of them backed it up.
140.
And neither did Cam.
He nearly did. It looked inviting as well, didn't it? Mentioned so many times yesterday, bottom end of the bed, that's where he wants it to be.
99.
Well, this is an incredible start. Crabtree's left himself on a double after 9. Henderson has been left in a haze here. Well, if yesterday was quite slumbersome to start for Crabtree, well, this has been
16.
a complete and utter opposite. He's off for the B of the bang. But he's not up and running in a dozen darts. Not that he had to be.
I think the only reason he has to be is for his own sake and for his own mind.
65. Can you require 8?
Because he did leave here a little bit frustrated yesterday.
Game shot on the first leg. Caron Crabtree.
The more you miss, the more you can start to get that frustration back. It can start to grow, but no problems there for Crabtree. He'd be more than happy with the 14 darter to kick off
Second leg.
proceedings.
It's John to throw first. Game on.
Well, you did pick out this morning that him at 7-1 could be the interested fancy.
140.
He needs to have a big day today. Probably has to go through the card. 4 out of 5 is an absolute minimum to really put himself in play. But he isn't out of it despite what happened on Monday.
I think it needs to be all 5. I don't think he can get away with losing a game if he's going to be in contention for this Group 8.
100.
But he'll certainly be hoping to be in the top end of the table. He's not going to want to repeat what happened to him last time that he came here to the Super Series.
66.
And I do wonder whether the fact that he got so close to
100.
winning the title back in May adds an air of expectation. The last time he came here was off the back of a Pro Tour semi-final. He's done a lot of very good things in 2024, but by doing a lot of good things, it does add that weight of pressure on your shoulders. But this is a man that's had pressure on his shoulders for the best part of 15 years, and the best players that his country's ever produced. And to fire back the 14 of Crabtree in leg 1, Henderson's left double 12 after 12.
140. John, you require 24.
Tell you what, we're being treated to quality so far this morning. The
The
first game between Jansen and Thornton was a cracker, and we have seen a couple of 14 darters to kickstart this contest. Crabtree 1, Henderson 1.
Game on.
Both players averaging around the ton. Crabtree 107.5. Hendo has just dipped below the ton.
96.
That is something I was really impressed with in the game of Crabtree yesterday, and seeing it again today. Normally when you have a player who lands the dart flat,
76.
they need it in the bottom end of the bed. Crabtree even when he gets it on the top wire, finds a way past the equipment. I mean, great example there, Matt. But he finds a way through, and that's despite having a big sort of standard flight at the back as well, which normally promotes deflections.
There's a lot about him that I'd compare to Connor Scott in the way that
96.
they think about the game. They think about the game in a way that 99% of players don't. In fact, that they're always looking at different ways and different ways to improve. Sometimes people can say they could be found guilty of overthinking in terms of improvement, but they're always trying to find different ways of getting that extra 1% out of their game.
I think for Crabtree, it's very simple where that lies. Just a little bit of trust, a little bit of belief.
John, you require 156.
So, 156 for Henderson for the breaker throw. Needed to take it, you sensed, because Crabtree's going to come back for 44. We could see our third consecutive 14 darter to kickstart this game. If Crabtree takes it out in 2, and you get the sense he's going to have to take it out in 3.
12.
And he doesn't.
John,
And so Henderson here has been presented with a break chance. If you don't finish a leg in 5 visits, you're going to lose the leg, has been the pattern of this game so far. 14, 14, 13. Henderson leads 2-1. He's got the breaker throw, averaging a shade under 105. Crabtree 102.5 average. This is a proper contest here in Portsmouth.
Ominous signs as well for the rest of Group A, because John Henderson, traditionally, when he plays a Group A, struggles with the early morning slot and then gets better as the day goes on. Well, there's not much better he can do than averaging 110.
Well, Henderson, having got the break in the previous leg, is now pushing forward in this contest. And we said this yesterday, didn't we, about John? That he's such a good front runner that when he gets his nose in front, it's very difficult to claw him back. But Crabtree did. Henderson led 3-0 in the meeting between this pair yesterday. Cam was able to take us all the way to a last leg decider before Henderson eventually got over the line.
139.
So there's not much better he can do, but he has done better on that stage. 111.3 is the best performance we've seen on the Super Series from John Henderson.
140. John, you require 62.
Well, the practice swing put a better score, but Henderson still got 6 from here to open up a 3-1 lead. Tops.
42.
And this is going to be the first leg in this match that goes above 5 visits.
100. John, you require 20. Game shot on a 4th leg, John Henderson.
Big hit last iron hand. Henderson opens up a 3-1 lead on Cam Crabtree.
5th leg, it's Cam to go first.
Pull away a 3-leg gap in this fixture yesterday, back down to a last leg to sign, and if he can pull away a 2-leg gap here and went 3 on the spin, you win this game, and you feel like he has to go through the card today, and so he's got no room for error in this match. But it was an error to start, which Henderson can trample upon and does do with a 2 treble turn.
You can go trebleless once when you've got the darts, but you can't do it twice, and especially when you're playing a player like John Henderson. A ton here would do some almighty damage.
60.
But that's just the darts clattering into each other there for John Henderson.
100.
Maybe would have been better looking at more open targets. No problems here, though.
108.
He's on the brink. averaging 101.32. A real polished
80.
performance from John
Johnny
Henderson.
require
And he has 6 starts from here to dismiss of Caron Crabtree. And maybe dismiss his chances of winning the group.
Crabtree really did come out swinging here, didn't he? Henderson weathering the storm in the early part of the game. And now we'll have 3 darts
140.
to get the job done.
Johnny require
Had 2 darts to make it 2-2. Couldn't take it. And ever
Great
since,
shot.
it's been
And the
all
match,
about the
John
Highlander. A 13 darter to see the game through. John Henderson kick-starting his day with a ton-plus average to get the better of the Croydner. Blue and green, they said, should never be seen. Well, that was a delightful contest we've just watched. Henderson beating Crabtree by 4 legs to 1, averaging in excess of a ton, 50% on the doubles. Crabtree, 95 average, 1 from 7 on the outer ring. He missed a couple of darts at a double to make it 2-2. And from that point onwards, Henderson sweet tin. He moves back to the top of the table on legs difference. Coming up after the break, Jeroen Caron takes on Kevin Mills.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, it sounds a bit fishy, plenty of my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9 darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. If you've just joined us, you have missed an absolute classic here of the live lounge in Portsmouth. John Henderson with an average of 101.36, 4 from 8 on his doubles, beating Caron Crabtree by 4 legs to 1. Crabtree himself averaging in excess of 95. Our third game, our final match in the first round of fixtures, sees Jeroen Caron, the 37-year-old from Langemarck in Belgium, making his second appearance here at the Super Series, the Benelux Trophy champion in 2024, up against the man who, if you're reading your morning papers on this Tuesday, you may have seen on the back pages, Kevin Mills, the 34-year-old from Gwent in Wales, the debutant who has quite literally stolen the headlines here at the Super Series. The man who admitted to us yesterday that his diet of crisps and bread and the 46 packets of crisps in a day caught the attention so much of people that if you read a couple of newspapers on this Tuesday morning, you will see that story in the column inches. But the story of his week, you feel like he's yet to be written. It was a very positive start for Kevin Mills yesterday, and he'll be hoping to build upon it here.
Not all heroes wear capes, Henry. 46 bags, that was the headline, wasn't it? 46 bags of crisps in a day. Did manage to catch Kevin Mills on my way in this morning. He said his phone's been blowing up.
95.
Everyone gets their moment in the spotlight in the papers. Everyone gets their 15 minutes. I'm just
28.
don't think Kevin Mills thought it would be because he eats lots of bags of crisps.
Do you know, we had a bit of a laugh with Kevin about it this morning, and he's taken it all in good humour, all in good jest. I don't think he realises, I don't think he thinks that it's anything near newsworthy. To be perfectly honest, it probably isn't tabloid newsworthy, but when you consider some of the other stuff that goes in the morning papers, I'd rather read that than some of the other rubbish.
140.
Do you know what they should do? That our social team should do a blindfolded Kevin Mills challenge where they give him crisps and he's got to guess the brand and the flavour.
You've been watching too much Hell's Kitchen.
85.
I just like the American versus English sweet challenges that they do, so maybe we could do that, like
100.
different continents of crisps for Kevin.
You're assuming that we've got an Amazon account that can courier all these different flavours of crisps from all across the world in time.
140.
Caron here has left himself on a double to take out this opening leg to
96.
hold the throw.
Jeroen, you require 36.
Two nines. Inside. Mills may only get a dart here,
No score. Kevin, you require 77.
but it's a chance nonetheless to break the throw of the Belgian. One dart at tops.
37.
One dart missed. Both
Jeroen, you
players have an
require
opportunity
36.
to win this opening leg. And it's a leg
Shot
that's
of
going to
first
be
leg, Jeroen
in the leisure.
Caron.
Jeroen Caron, the Belgian.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Did grow into the day, didn't he, Kevin Mills? Where was that spell
119.
where he really started reeling off 140s towards the back end of the day? It was a really good debut day, picking up 3 wins from his 5 games, and he probably felt coming into today that he's probably in a good position for at least a Group B campaign, and playing a player who's only won 1 game in Jeroen Caron. However, he only won 1 game, but averaged in the mid-80s for his whole campaign. Was always in contention, just
41.
went a bit wayward when the opportunity to take control of a game really presented itself.
And it's categorised by this because he's had the least amount of darts at a double by any player by a long stretch yesterday.
99.
18 less than the player had the least amount of darts at a double. That was John Henderson, who had 47. Caron had 29, which he took 11. So he did take advantage of a lot of the opportunities he did get, but it just
43.
didn't get as many as the others. 85.05, amalgamation of his averages for the day yesterday. And a matter of fact, outside of Caron, of the other 5
97.
players, there was just 3 darts at a double difference between the 5. That's how tight this group is. But what we are seeing early on is 2 players in Henderson and
require
Jansen that when their
126.
opportunities come, they're taking more of an advantage of it.
Well, that's interesting because they're playing each other next.
40.
So something's got to give.
Which is why this game is even more important for Kevin Mills, because if he wins this match, he moves on to 8 points. And so he's going to be within 2 of 1
70.
and within
Kevin,
4
you
of another.
require
It'd still
86.
be in play, and he's still got to play both of those later on in the session.
61. Jeroen, you require 107.
Tops.
67.
Within
Kevin, you
for
require 25.
His second ton plus check out of the week.
Game shot on the second
Mills
leg.
levels this
Kevin
contest up 1-1.
Very animated today,
Third
isn't
leg,
he?
it's Jeroen to throw
Kevin
first.
Mills. We
Game
saw
on.
much more composure from him yesterday. Maybe just trying to settle in or feeling the importance of this game.
60.
He plays in a very strong part of the ADC system in Wales.
81.
Spends a lot of his time playing with the likes of Alex Small, who's played here in the past, got to the final of a week in the past. So playing the type of opposition like Jeroen, for example. Okay, it's not
60.
on this stage or in this environment. It won't be anything new to him what Jeroen is throwing at him, because it's probably what he has to come up against in those vaults week in, week out.
125.
Yeah, sometimes you lose to the moment rather than the play-up. Quite often we see games, don't we, on the big stages where you know on a different stage in a different setting the result may be
100.
reversed. But someone becomes a big, big favourite due to the conditions. So
84.
Kevin Mills handling them well yesterday, and as you mentioned, bit of a star today. I'm sure the other players have been having a bit of a wind-up in the back room. I mean, we must mention,
140.
the headlines talk about his love for crisps, but he also eats bread.
You can't just eat one thing, can you?
60. Jeroen, you require 141.
Definitely the best story that was told at the Super Series yesterday. 1-4-1 for Caron. He's not going to take it out for a 2-1 lead. Mills looking at the 150.
60. Kevin, you require 150.
Another. Double 18.
114.
Would have been for Rip
Jeroen, you
Roarer.
require 81.
He missed a big number and he may have to pay the price because
41.
Mills
Kevin, you
comes
require
back for the breaker
36.
throw. 3 in his hand at double 18 to move 2-1 in front.
Game shot
Only
on the
needs the
third
one.
leg. Kevin
And
Mills.
from 1-0 up, Caron finds himself behind.
That, what we have just seen there, that exchange.
Fourth leg. It's Kevin
These are
to
the
throw
exchanges
first.
I'm talking about
Game
that
on.
Caron has lost every single one of them so far, and that's why he's bottom of the table on 2 points, and that is why he looks
139.
vulnerable. Does all the right things until that moment. He misses,
26.
Mills hits, and now it's all about Kevin Mills.
100.
We said during our commentary yesterday that he'll be very pleased with how he fared, or he should be very pleased with
60.
how he fared. The signs are on Tuesday. He's not going to deviate maybe too far down from the level that we saw on day one. He's kind of, at this present moment in time,
84.
pretty much playing to par right now. And he's on the cusp of a 3-1 lead, having broken in the last.
83. $140.
Beautiful leg of darts, get down to a double after 12 for Kevin Mills. Doesn't have to go for the double 19, got plenty of time on his side, so we'll get to see an
Kevin, you
indication of what
require
sort of player
38.
he is. Is he, give me a shot, I'll go for it? Absolutely.
22.
Oh, and that was a very wayward attempt there at the double 8, but he's got plenty of time on his side.
40. Kevin, you require
As much
16.
time as one could like. He's got another 6 if he so wants it, but he only needs the
Shot on
one.
the fourth leg.
And that's
Kevin Mills.
back-to-back 16 darters, playing at a level which is pretty difficult to beat in this
Fifth
format.
leg, it's Jeroen to
Mills
throw
leads
first.
3-1,
Game on.
and it's just beginning to pick apart Jeroen Caron. And who knows what one win can provide. And if there's one thing that he would learn, from life is once you do pop, sometimes you just can't stop, and he'll be hoping that's the case in the win column.
95. $57.
I suppose while Kevin's on the hockey, I could maybe raise the level of humour very, very slightly.
I highly doubt that.
Or I could lower it.
97.
Highly suspect that.
What flavour crisps do you get on an aircraft?
I should know because I was on an
44.
EasyJet flight on Friday, but they didn't serve any crisps because it was about 11 o'clock at night, and so they only served teas and coffees.
Right, stop killing the joke now. Just,
99.
it was plain.
I'm really glad we did that.
$78.
Well, Mills here, 6 starts from 210 to get this match wrapped up.
140.
Anyway, you can pack it in with the Chris jokes.
$45. Kevin, you require
70 points
70.
away from a 4-1 success. He'll put him on to 8 points, a couple behind the top two. And he only needs the one to dispatch Jeroen Caron. And that patch towards the end was very, very good for the man from Gwent. 85.99 the average in the end. His last few legs are won in 16, 16, 15. And if he plays to that level consistently over the course of the day, he's going to get similar joy to what he ascertained on Monday. A 4-1 win then for Kevin Mills. His brilliant debut continues. After the break, we're going to watch the top two battle it out as John Henderson takes on Danny Jansen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series 1 and all. Before the break, Kevin Mills got the better of Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to 1. That rounded off our first round of matches. And now we serenely presage our way into round 2 of our morning session. And it sees the top 2 in the table joust it out as Danny Jansen and John Henderson go toe-to-toe. The pair have won their opening matches and the pair have put in a good performance apiece. Jansen getting the better of Thornton by 4 legs to 3, averaging excess of 94 from 11. But John Henderson with the performance of the day, one of the performances of the week, the second best average of the week so far. 101.36 and a 4-1 success against Crabtree. 4 from 8 on his doubles. And he does look like a lean, mean, darting machine on this Tuesday morning, does the Highlander.
95.
Well, this is the game, isn't it? This is the one where you want to turn up and produce your best. And, well,
99.
It was his best, wasn't it, in that first game? In his second ton-plus average of the week, his highest average of the week so far. And his 15th
100.
ton-plus average on the Super Series stage. What a time of year to be hitting form.
And sure, Scott Mitchell isn't enjoying seeing this because that's exactly who Henderson's drawn in the first round of the World Seniors Masters in Sunderland in a couple of weeks' time. Now, in this game yesterday, Jansen took out a 1-2-9 with a double-double. Hendo is going to take out the 1-2-8 on the bull. And the last time the mullet was hit, he did take out a big fish. History isn't going to repeat itself here.
37. John, you require 65.
Tops.
Hendo,
Hendo one up. 15 data. Just par for the course for him.
Well, let's paint the perfect picture here for John Henderson at the back end of the year, which is a realistic picture as well. He wins here this week,
57.
Qualifies through to Champions Week, where he'll play that at the start of December. He goes on to the Seniors Masters. From there, he'll play on the Challenge Tour. If he has a good Challenge Tour, he could get himself into a position that gives him
58.
a TDC Tour card for the next 2 years, a place at the Alexandra Palace in mid-December. Then he's got a couple of Pro Tours where you'd expect that he'll get an invite into as well. Things are going to be busy, but they could be very lucrative for John Henderson, where that period of time could end up being one of the best period of times of his whole career.
I mean, you could make an argument now that he's attaining success as often than
135.
he did do when he was at his peak at the PDC. Of course, won that World Cup with Peter Wright and had various successes on tour. Had that famous night in Aberdeen, some big runs in TV tournaments, but never won as much as he has done in 2024.
I mean, that Premier League night is one that I think gets undersold and understated in regards to the quality of the darts. Michael van Gerwen was at the peak of his powers when John Henderson took that draw from him. It was a mighty surprise, but it was very, very well earned.
$106. John, you require 81.
Well, somebody's going to have to play at their peak of their powers today if they're going to dislodge Henderson, it seems, because that's a 14 darters, a breaking throw, a 2-0 lead. 29 darts for the Highlander to get to what may well be the halfway point in this match. 2-0 to the good, and he is looking in lucrative form right now.
81.
This is nothing short of emphatic right now from the World Seniors champ.
85.
Danny Jansen in this game is averaging 91.5, and that's just a scoring average because he hasn't had a dart at a double yet.
78.
What do you think the rest of the practice room will be thinking right now, looking at the way John has started the day?
Well, they'll be hoping he doesn't carry it on. But also, as a player, you think you've got it in your control. You think he won't do that against me
100.
because I'm going to serve it up to him. The problem is John Henderson's been around that long and played that many different players on so many different stages that it doesn't matter what you serve up to him. He's
58.
going to do what he does.
I
44.
thought his interview that he did with us yesterday morning was very telling as well. Very open, very fresh, very refreshing. Just to hear from him with... He's a positive guy anyway, but there was such an air of positivity about him.
97.
Are you surprised when you look at the trophy shelf that he's probably had to put up on the wall because the first one was full?
As he mentioned,
94.
yes, it might be a World Seniors
Don't you
match
require
play and a
109?
World Seniors title, but they're titles that carry a lot of weight for John. This finish could carry a lot of weight.
89. Danny, you require 99.
You feel this is must go for Danny Jansen if he wants to be a serious contender in this fixture. He's going to get a dart. And that's
on the
all he
third leg,
needs.
Danny Jansen.
Big finish there for Danny Jansen. Yes, numbers-wise, it doesn't
Fourth
seem
leg,
a
it's
massive
Danny to
one, the
throw
99
first.
finish.
Game on.
But you are only going to get one dart at the double, whatever route you go. And that's if you find the treble first. So
58.
big turning point here potentially in the game.
95.
This fourth leg is a key leg in this contest.
80.
One thing Jansen can't afford to do is try and want it too hard.
We saw him put everything into that last dart, didn't we? A full rotation of the body. On release there, just throwing the shoulder into it.
135.
Well, we've seen some really good darting duels this morning.
140.
This was kind of what we expected from this group when we saw the lineup originally. Games like this where both players were
85.
throwing hammer and tongs at one another. And at this point, after Henderson raced off into a 2-0 lead, we feel like we may well be heading to a point where we're none the wiser. But that visit there, that two-treble
Danny, you
turn,
require
has
143.
forced this 1-4-3 to go. Double 16. Clips the wire. It was a whisker of a wire away.
42.
That's what he said in his interview, wasn't it? Sometimes they just go on the wrong side of the wire.
22.
But he's going to get another go, an opportunity
Danny,
he probably didn't
requires
think he was going to
16.
get.
There's opportunities that Henderson hasn't been allowed opponents to have or allowing opponents to have this week. And it's an
12.
opportunity that Jansen cannot
John, you
take.
require 20.
You don't expect Henderson
Gates on
to
the fourth
blink
leg,
twice,
John
and he
Henderson.
doesn't. He gets the break of throw and he opens up a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, you might occasionally get a
Fifth
second
leg,
chance,
it's
but you're
John
not
to
going
the
to get a
reverse.
third.
Game on.
Throwing for the match and throwing for a cushion at the top of this Group A table. Henderson wins this game.
125.
He moves on to 12 points, 2 clear of his opponent. He'd also be 4 clear of Kevin Mills, and he'd have an 8-point lead over Caron Crabtree and a
98.
10-point lead over Robert Thornton. Effectively, you could say from this point onwards, even at this early stage of the group, he is discarding the players in position 4 and position 5, and he is making a run towards the line.
He is playing so well today, John Henderson.
95.
The rest of the group will be well and truly on notice because this performance from Henderson and this day from Henderson so far is coming
121.
against the two real big hitters of the group so far, Cam Crabtree and Danny Jansen.
Well, it was a ton plus average in his first game, with 100.42 here.
Requires 75.
And a potential 11-dart leg to see it off. Double 12.
51.
Would have seen it off in a dozen darts.
Steady. He doesn't like the angle of the darts. That's the sensible play. Open up the target.
120.
That was a happy bounce out, because I'll tell you now, that was
24.
diverting into the treble. Double 6. Freeze.
18.
But this is where actually he'd be happy to have 60 than to be left back to the start. Tops has to move to the left side. Doesn't go. From the top of the board, we head to the bottom of the board. But this is to send John Henderson 2 points clear at the top. The Highlander is rocking and rolling on this Tuesday. John Henderson with 2 real strong performances out the gate. A few missed doubles at the end means his average is only 92. By the time he had his first dart at a double to win the contest, he was averaging around a ton. Superb from the reigning World Seniors champion, the newly crowned World Seniors match play champion, and looking for a second time to be a Super Series champion. A 4-1 win for John Henderson. Those numbers you can see there, representative of a very good performance for Danny Jansen, playing to type, but it wasn't quite good enough against a Highlander who's playing his A game right now. Coming up after the break is Robert Thornton up against Kevin Mills.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Game shot on the second leg.
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. Oh,
he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg, Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the stunning live lounge here in Portsmouth for the magnificent Modus Super Series. Before the break, John Henderson moved on to 12 points to the top of the table with a 4-1 win against Danny Jansen, averaging in excess of 92. 4th and 13 when it came to the doubles. And so 5th up for us, Robert Thornton and Kevin Mills going toe-to-toe. Kevin put in his best performance of the day in this fixture against the Thorn yesterday, averaging in excess of 94.5 at 12 and 13 darters to see the game through against the Thorn. And it's already kick-started his day of a win, a 4-1 success against Jeroen Caron. Robert Thornton off the back of a defeat to Danny Jansen, but he did play the better darts in the first round of fixtures compared to Kevin. Lost to Danny Jansen despite a average of just under 93, 3 from 5 when it came to the doubling, and he had that 1-4-2 checkout as well.
121.
He's in good nick, but he has to pick up results.
And that's what Kevin Mills has been good at so far. Currently comfortable in the top half of the table. 4 points clear of Cam Crabtree now as we go into our second cycle of fixtures today. But Thornton's been a little bit hit and miss, a little bit hot and cold, and it's all going to come down to the timing of things here for Kevin Mills, if he can produce the darts we have seen at the moment so far. There's been no signs of nerves, has there? It's all been clinical and composed. A player who's very assured of himself.
60. Robert, you require 154.
But a player that's hit nothing in this opening leg.
Well, Thornton must not believe the type of luxury he's had in terms of time in its opening leg. It's taken him 5 visits to get down to 62. But it's rendered irrelevant. Mills has left himself on a finish.
Robert, you require 62.
It's a big one, even if... Well, Thornton missing the big number there. It was a rare slip from him, and so it's allowed Mills the opportunity, an outside opportunity, but a chance nonetheless. Misses the second treble, would have given him a dart at double 13, and so Thornton back for tops to take out the opening leg.
That would have been one of the most incredible turnarounds of a leg I've ever seen, but you don't expect to see Thornton miss on tops, and he doesn't. No problems there for the Thorn as he holds onto his darts in the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $85.
Robert as jovial as ever. I think we've spoken about this
55.
with him in the past, that
Check 100.
he still has his burning desire to win things, but he also knows where his happy place is with the sport right now. He achieved so much in the PDC, he won a World Masters in the BDO, but it looks like he's got this happy place now where he enjoys playing here, he enjoys playing seniors, he can still play at a high level, but he's playing with a smile on his face.
That's the part that people tend to forget. Everyone judges, or we look at people within the sport from one angle, which is tend to be challenge for titles, try to be the best, try and win things. Well, actually, you find a point where you're content, where you're at peace, where you can play with enjoyment, play on your own terms. And that's what Robert Thornton has found here. Although he won't be playing at peace in this leg, and he may not have much on his own terms, despite the fact he's down after 12.
16.
Well, that's the second leg in a row where Kevin Mills' setup turn to leave a finish has been a max. And he pins the double 4 for 14 darter to level this match up at 1 apiece.
I'm loving all the nicknames that I'm seeing getting sent in today as well in regards to Kevin Mills. I thought we may have had a few more as well. All crisp-themed nicknames, which I'm sure he'd be getting sent as well to his own social platforms after the tabloids this morning.
140.
Shall we keep the theme going of when Kevin Mills plays, we'll make a crisp-related joke?
I have a bread one.
Oh, go on then, I'll let you do this one.
If Kevin wins this week, he'll be King Mills.
119.
You know, Kingsmill, the bread.
Ah, right, okay. Doesn't work the same when you have to
96.
explain the pun. I think you may be trending again later, Henry.
100.
Anyway, if he wins this week, he will be the real McCoy.
$81. Kevin, you require 142.
142 for the break. He'll feel like he's got 6 from here.
64. Robert, you require 141.
And you should get a dart at least upon his return to
83.
get
Kevin,
the
you
break of
require
Thornton.
78.
The first leg, Kevin was completely off it. But he's managed to really go through the gears here.
58.
Can't find tops, and now
you require
he has to hope
58.
there's a few misses from this man.
Game shot on the third leg.
And
Robert
there isn't one.
Thornton.
And Thornton leads 2-1.
Fourth leg. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on. 60.
He did this yesterday as well. He started off at this sort of point of the day, just started playing with a little bit more aggression and zip within the arm and
55.
within the action. It's starting to inject itself now.
$81. $99. $81.
Both players here averaging 88. It's another really good contest and what has been a
43.
really good day's worth of darts. Everything about this group just rings true to what a good Modus group should be. Some good names, some big names,
140.
good quality, flowing matches being played at a good pace.
121.
This
Kevin,
is
you
one of
require
the
139.
more quality Group A's I've seen for some time. And I think it's going to be battled down to the wire.
119.
Just pulls the dart a little bit low there, Kevin Mills, but no damage done. The damage has already been done. Just got to see it over the line now
59.
to
Kevin, you
level things
require
up and
20.
keep this pattern of play going with everything going with throw.
2-5.
On the fourth leg, Kevin Mills.
It's been a few times this week where starting hand, Mills has been
Fifth
up to the
leg, it's
task.
Robert to throw first. Game on. 60. $95.
Oh.
80.
It's another violent bounce out there from the Fawn. Had a few, didn't he, in his opening match against Danny Jansen, including one on the bullseye for a setup shot.
Yeah, and that one just seemed to
100.
hit the section there. It looked like he was just trying to rough up the point a little bit there. You do tend to find with boards you get these little hard spots in places.
96. $171. $58.
Well, this has been a
Kevin,
good
you
quality
require
contest, and this really the first
135.
tangible opportunity somebody's had to break the throw. 6 darts and 135 here for Kevin Mills to have this match
57.
exactly where he wants it. And if he wins this game, he moves on to 10 points. Level with Danny Jansen,
6.
and his next game is
Kevin, you
against John
require
Henderson.
78.
So there's a possibility here where At the moment, looks like a 2-horse race. Could turn into a 3-horse race.
38. Robert, you require 147.
He misses tops to go 3-2 to the good. Is he going to be punished? Thornton hit a 1-4-2 to punish in his previous match. He's hit a 1-4-7 to punish there. Punish him in chief. The form with another real big checkout at a pivotal key time. That will hurt Kevin Mills.
100. $81.
Of course, if Kevin wins this week, I'm sure he'll celebrate with a disco or two.
140.
His favourite brand, wasn't it?
Yes, salt and vinegar, wasn't it?
I do feel we need to clarify something here because of what is going on
31.
with the chat at the moment. We've got a comment in here saying, doesn't he only eat crisp sandwiches? No, sometimes he eats crisps on their own.
100.
Well, Thornton here on the back of that 1-4-7 of the previous leg. Looks like he's just
96.
condemned Kevin Mills here. He's rallied on, got the break. Sorry, held throw in the last and threatening the break to win the match here.
60. $63. Robert, you require 120.
For the match, Thornton looking to climb the ladder towards success. Had a little part of the right-hand corner to aim at. Couldn't find it.
Kevin, you require 170.
Mills needs the biggest fish in the deep blue sea to save this contest. He's unable to get. Does set up.
140. Robert, you require
For the
60.
match. Tots of the fawn. And that would have completed a power
Kevin, you
play that would have
require
seen Kevin
30.
Mills off in next to no time at all.
Well, a rare, unexpected miss there for
It's
Robert
on a
Thornton on
six
tops,
leg,
and we
Kevin
go
Mills.
to a last leg decider. Not that Kevin Mills seems too
7
impressed
from
by it.
final leg. It's Robert to throw
I
first.
do feel
Game on.
that his opening 3 darts are going to be key.
100.
Robert, you could see there with that grip between his teeth. Both players buckling down, but
31.
that visit looked like from Kevin Mills there of a man that was almost trying too hard at the beginning of a last leg decider.
85.
Just that one trebler throw for Robert Thornton's all he needs now.
45.
The damage is done. It's just a case of seeing it over the line now, not giving Kevin Mills any encouragement.
100.
Last start in hand again.
Doing whatever a very good player,
100.
a very good established player does. May not have been at their best. One moment went their way. And then when they see an opportunity to see an opponent off, they try and make that run towards the finish. But it's only a 60 there. Maxi here would be very interesting.
139. Robert, you require 156.
Doesn't leave himself on a finish. Thornton has 6 on 156.
55. $86. Robert, you require
Well, he's left himself on a ton.
101.
Thornton has left himself on 101. It's he who gets first poke, but it's not going to be he who gets first start at a double.
49.
Not at least at this
Kevin, you
turn
require
anyway.
100.
Mills opened this leg with a 31 and a 45. He's going to get match darts.
Double 10.
80.
Thornton shook
Robert,
his
you
head in the
require
background, but he's
52.
going to get a chance to win it. Tops to win a
Get shot.
topsy-turvy
And the match
game.
Robert
Thornton gets the better of Kevin Mills by 4 legs to 3. A match which hinged on one visit. The 147 checkout of Thornton to move 3-2 to the goods. If he didn't take that out, it looked like Kevin Mills was beginning to run away with the contest. It was beginning to build up a bit of a stride up until that point when Thornton stopped him in his tracks. He'd go on to win in 7. Thornton beating Mills 4-3. That puts him onto 4 points, level with Crabtree, who takes on Jeroen Caron after this break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where that man in your picture, Crabtree, is in need of a win. He takes on Jeroen Caron, who's currently at the bottom of the table. Just one victory to his name so far, and has got bad memories of taking on this man yesterday. To be honest, he could have done anything about what happened yesterday, because Crabtree ran riot in this fixture, averaging 107.36 and a 4-0 dismantling of the Belgian. Before the break, Robert Thornton got the better of Kevin Mills by 4 legs to 3, and that kind of halts the charge of Mills up the league table,
Come to the row first.
and quite possibly opens up a 2-horse race. Now, you said Crabtree couldn't afford to lose a game today if he's going to be in contention to win the group. He averaged 95 in defeat to John Henderson. Does this make the rest of the day absolutely must win?
Oh, yeah, he can't afford anything else. He's on 4 points. John Henderson already on 12 at the top of the table. And the biggest problem he's got is John Henderson doesn't look like he's going to relinquish too much today. And John Henderson is playing people towards the bottom end of the table in the back end of the day. So Cam's just got to do his part. He's got to win his games. He's got to keep himself in there and competitive. At the moment, he's 4 points away from a Group B place.
99.
Robert Thornton just doing a bit of a favour for him in beating Kevin Mills, giving Cam the opportunity to close that gap. But we're getting to that mid part of the group now where the league table starts to become an actual topic, where it's started to take the shape, where it's starting to form, where
84.
the destiny of the players and the routes in which they're going to go to Saturday start to become a little bit clearer.
I think Caron will be happy with the fact that Thornton did a job on
59.
Mills, because otherwise his task becomes doubly hard, because then you've got 3 players that would have been sat 6 points away from him at the beginning of this contest. This is the final game from the
128.
second round of
Can you
fixtures.
require 120? 60.
I'd
Jeroen, you
say
require
Caron was a bit
134.
under par in his performance against Kevin Mills. It was a scrappy start, and Kevin was the one that was able to drag his levels up. Caron kind of stayed and petered around the low 70s.
94. Cam, you require
He
6.
has left himself on a double if Crabtree misses, and he was 1 from 7 on the outer ring against
It's
John
on the
Henderson,
first leg,
but there
Cam
is
Crabtree.
no mistake there.
Second leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Bit between the teeth, and he knows where the camera is. Well, I suppose his name is Cam, so he
44.
would know where the cam is.
Oh, absolutely. You can tell that just by the placement of his towel as well on the table there.
58.
Making sure it's facing in, getting all the branding in, getting the flags in. We used to see that, didn't we? Shane McGurk used to strategically stand his case up on the table so we can have a good look at it.
It's important to get the badge in.
97.
Oh, maybe there's one thing he's got wrong there. Maybe if he turned it the other way round, the cam wouldn't be upside down.
57.
There he is, look, whack.
Anyway, great to give some free advertising. Usually we have to pay big money to get spots like that.
100.
I'm sure his sponsorship deal's just gone about 10% for that.
60. 100.
Well, this second leg, very much up in the offing. You feel like a lot is based on this visit from Jeroen, and it's a visit
27.
which hasn't correlated anything. And so, as a consequence, Crabtree's got 6 darts from here to open up a breaker throw and to open up a 2-0 lead.
58.
But it just feels a little bit edgy, this contest right now.
95. Cam, you require 128.
Trouble leaves the ball. Ball for Crabtree. Offline,
94.
off length.
Jeroen, you require 78.
Well, it's been a conspicuous leg. And Caron could take it if he finds tops.
38.
Unable to do
Cam, you
so,
require
and Crabtree's got
34.
options here.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, no
Cam
surprise to see him
Crabtree.
go straight for that. You do feel he's the sort of player that will benefit from those doubles at the bottom end of the board, especially
Third leg,
if
it's
he's
Cam to
just
throw first.
underneath.
Game on. 97. 60.
Jeroen played well and didn't get results yesterday. Just having a look at his mannerisms and
134.
twinning that with a level of play today, do you think the results, despite the performances, have hit him hard and we haven't quite seen the same player so far today?
I think what's probably hit him hard is the
85.
fact that he's let opportunities slip. He's missed the big moments.
$125.
Certainly don't think he's completely out of the mix and out of the conversation to play a part in getting through to Saturday at all.
140.
He's the type of player
Can you
we've seen
require
drop into a Group C and then
145?
get attainable success. However, attainable success in this match may well be from 3-0 down again. And actually, Crabtree wins this leg.
57.
So far this week, he'll be 7-0 up on the Belgian.
$44. Can you require 88?
To a double 14, it was a double that saw him win this game
6.
yesterday.
And I think the facials there from Crabtree will come from dart number 2 at the double, because that first one looked so inviting. Looked like he was going to lay one
100.
alongside
Can you
it.
require 28?
Didn't quite get it right.
Game shot.
Gets
on the
that one
third
right,
leg.
though.
Cam Crabtree.
Getting everything right here. Crabtree, in regards of the scoreline, 3-0 up, a leg away from
Fourth
what
leg,
has
it's
been
Jeroen
this
to
week
throw
so far. A
first.
rare win for
Game
Cam.
on.
He's been doing everything that he's needed to do in this contest.
6.
What you'd call a professional display, where the opponent may not be firing all cylinders, but you're not getting dragged down by it. You're just playing at a steady enough level and then
6.
getting the rewards for that steadiness.
Oh, that one didn't come out the hand right. And then you do feel like you're trying to
95.
adjust for the rest of the visit. He's done well to find the treble with the last start there and just keep himself an interested customer.
$100.
It was interesting looking at the back of the stage. Cam went straight back to the table after that first start from Jeroen, almost thinking, right, I might have this guy here.
43.
The problem Jeroen has, he needs to regroup and regroup very quickly, because his last 3 matches are against Thornton, Henderson and
140.
Jansen. It doesn't get any easier at all. It's a possibility he could have played 9 legs today and won just 1.
133.
He's left himself first to finish, but Crabtree will feel like this is a set-up turn.
65. Jeroen, you require 170. $81. Cam, you require 136.
That was an opportunity to get the match won, but he's going to set it up handy.
96. Jeroen, you require 89.
Caron, this needs to go. May only be a dart at the ball. That's what he's guaranteed by going big, by going bold, but it's top of the shot for Cam for a 4-0 success.
Back-to-back 4-0 wins against the Belgian. A big win in more ways than one.
Cam Crabtree.
Big win in terms of the scoreline, a big win in terms of boosting confidence, and a big win in terms of keeping himself in the equation. And because it was 4-0, he's helped his legs difference as well. A professional display, a professional job from Cam Crabtree, average around 85, 40% on the doubles. It was decent. Jeroen Caron, though, he's got work to do for the rest of the day. He played really well on day 1, didn't get the results, and it just feels like the stuffing's been knocked out of the Belgians so far. Crabtree 4, Caron 0, the end of round 2, coming up after the break. Kevin Mills against John Henderson. And it's a very warm welcome back to you. You're watching the Modus Super Series on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, and we are 6 games through a 15-match session on this Tuesday morning. A session which has seen Danny Jansen and John Henderson resume rivalries at the top of the table. Hendo winning 2 from 2 and looking in fine fettle. Before the break, Crabtree got the better Jeroen Caron by 4-0, and Robert Thornton beat Kevin Mills by 4-3 in this second round of fixtures. It's Hendo, the Highlander, the reigning World Seniors champion, that tops the table after 7 rounds of play. 12 points to his name. Danny Jansen in second spot on 10. Kevin Mills occupies third position, but Crabtree is chasing his coattails in fourth. Robert Thornton in fifth, and Jeroen Caron in sixth in a uniform table. Anyway, the uniformity is going to go because Mills and Hendo go toe-to-toe. And there was a point in his game against Robert Thornton where this could have been a match to have gone level on points with Henderson at the top of the table. But for Mills, it's all about going to within a couple of points of the Highlander. Big game this for a multitude of reasons. Hendo, he can stretch clear at the top of the table. For Mills, he can keep himself within touching distance. And he'll sense, Matt, if he wins this, he's got a sniff of an opportunity.
$140.
Yeah, that was a key strength, the 140s for Kevin Mills yesterday. And that's what he's got to find if he's going to have any chance here against John Henderson. Henderson has shown some real quality today. Proving why he's top of the table, proving why he's the favourite.
$59. $60.
This is what we're saying when John Henderson was on the hockey in his previous game. The players in the back will think they've got to come out and serve it up to him. Ask him the questions.
81.
Kevin Mills is hitting the ground running here. He's going to do exactly that.
Excellent visit that from Henderson. Leads himself for the 2-darter. Both players on a 2-darter after 12. Double 5 for Mills.
Game shot on first leg.
There's been a reliability in terms of that double last dart in hand for Kevin. That's a couple of times that's happened now. And he's taken the opening leg here against the World Seniors champ.
100.
Perfect start to leg 2 for Kevin Mills. Really beginning to grow in terms of belief.
140.
And he's going to have to play at this level because Hendo's fired it right back at him.
40.
He's playing with a lot more pace, isn't he? Even the way he's moving around the stage. He's up for this challenge. He's up for the fight. Knows he has to be at his best. He's just playing purely on adrenaline.
55. 99.
Henderson 6 starts from 206 to level this contest up at 1-1.
98.
1 triple will do for the Highlander. Mills needs to find something tangible here.
90.
That'll
You
do.
require 108.
Henderson looking at 108. Well, it can still be done. Triple 19 for the ball. It would have been some recovery.
30. Kevin, you require 92.
So, Mills, 92 for the break at a 2-0 lead. Double 16 for 14.
60. John, you require
He's opened up the door for Henderson to level up. And John
Game shot on the
Henderson
second leg. John
strolls
Henderson.
through it and squares this contest up at one apiece.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $96.
There's actually some news coming through the ADC today in regards to the Global Championship, which will be held here
140.
at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth between the 9th and the 22nd of December on the Super Series YouTube channel. £85,000 the
140.
prize fund. And they've confirmed the first 9 players through, and they have put together the original cut-off for players that will get in particular
97.
rankings. So at the minute, the confirmed players are the number 1 seed is going to be Thomas Banks. So the week 1, we know roughly 10 of the 12
27.
players. So week 1 in Group A, as things stand, depending on rankings, will be Thomas Banks, Andreas Nicolaou, Brian Roman, Adam Mould,
94.
Sebastian Białecki, and Dieter Hedman. More on that in the next leg.
58. John, you require 170.
The fish for Hendo. 6 from here. Another. Do you, Hendo?
130.
Oh, Hendo. You. Oh, Charmer.
Well, that's one question he doesn't have to answer, isn't it? On quick-fire questions, do you go for it or
John, you
lay up?
require 40.
Hendo lays up.
Double 10.
Game
It's
shot on the
2-1.
third
It's a
leg.
break of
John
throw,
Henderson.
and Hendo is beginning to build in this contest.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Averaging excess of a ton again. This
108.
is world class for the World Seniors champ. Absolutely incredible.
94.
And that first start's perfect. This leg is perfect so far.
180.
He's on the cusp of doing something very, very special.
91. John, you
John
require
Henderson,
141.
141 points away from what would have been the 15th Super Series 9 dart leg.
45.
But what can't be discredited is how special this performance has been. He really wanted to get that 9. He really wanted to get it.
140.
We would love to have seen
John,
it.
you require 96.
But he'll settle for the points first and foremost. And he has got time on his side to open up a 3-1 advantage in this game.
Ooh, something controversial coming
43.
through, which I'll let you know in a leg's time. Cliffhanger. May not be that long because Henderson
60.
will be expecting to
John,
get
you
2 darts
require
at a double
53.
here. To put 2 legs between himself and Kevin Mills.
Tops.
Game shot on the
14
fourth
darter.
leg.
Henderson
John
3-1 up.
Henderson.
Come on then, Mr. Edgar. What's your controversial take?
Well, I've just been...
Fifth leg.
Well, I've
it's
been
Kevin
quiet
to
for
throw
a
first.
leg or so, you may have
Game on.
noticed. I've been looking through the Modus Super Series YouTube channel,
44.
of which I was looking in the shorts section. We have a feature on there called Quickfire Questions. One of the questions is 170 finish, you go for it or lay up.
41.
John Henderson, on that quiz, said he would go for it.
60.
So either he lied on the quiz or it was a very bad dart at the bullseye. Take your pick.
40.
Just goes to show that people do things on feel. How the moment feels.
Well, at the moment, he is feeling very good. He's 3-1 to the good against Kevin Mills.
47.
Just to round off that list of qualifiers for the Global Championship. So, Banks, Nikolai, Roman, Mol, Białecki, Hebburn in the Group A of Week 1. Provisionally, in the Group B is Gary Stone, Darryl Pilgrim, Tony Martinez. Connor Heenahan has qualified through as well. In Week 2, Andy Bolton, Marvin Van Velzen, James Welding and Fallon Sherritt confirmed in
100.
Group A. Joe Croft and Bradley Brooks in Group B. And the South Africa qualifier, Johan Geldinahoys in Group C.
100. $58.
Not long to go before the cut-off in regards to having the full lineup.
October 31st.
65. 85. John, you require 120.
For the match and to finish off what has been another special display from the Highlander. Tops.
80.
I think the
Kevin, you
biggest
require
surprise is he missed.
107.
One dart to save it.
87.
One dart at tops is all he
John,
had.
You require 40.
And that may be all he gets. Tops to move on to 14 points. Double 10.
Game shot.
And John
and the
Henderson
match.
makes it
John
3 wins out of 3. And he's looking in imperious form this morning. Is the Highlander. The way he's playing, the superlatives begin to run out to describe the excellence of this man, the brilliance of this man. He averaged there 95.06, 4 from 7 when it came to the finishing. A 4-1 success for John Henderson against Kevin Mills. Coming up after the break, it is Danny Jansen up against Caron Crabtree.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back, everybody. The Modus Super Series on a Tuesday morning here at the Live Lounge Reporter. Before the break, John Henderson, another really good display in beating Kevin Mills by 4 legs to 1. Our 8th match of the session, our middle match of the day, sees Cam Crabtree and Danny Jansen go toe-to-toe. 2 top talents on the development tour, looking to flex their muscles on the Modus Super Series stage. Mixed bag for the pair so far on this Tuesday. 1 win, 1 defeat for them both. Both players losing out to an on-song John Henderson. Crabtree losing out to Hendo. He averaged 101.36 in that game. Crabtree 95.2. Missed 6 starts at a double in that contest. Jansen lost out in his previous match to Henderson. Jansen averaging 88.77. 1 from 7 on the outer ring. Same as Cam. But their wins, they've been good wins. Crabtree controlled, calm, measured, and a 4-0 success
85
against Jeroen Caron in his previous match was. Danny's first game was pretty much Danny Jansen playing to type. Average around the 90 mark, 4 from 11 on the
43.
doubles. It was a professional display to dispatch of Robert Thornton. If you look at today's format, on paper, this is a fairly even game.
I don't think you just even look at today's form. I think you look at 12 months form, seasonal form.
98.
I think it's a very, very even contest.
Well matched would probably be the
140.
appropriate phrase to describe this match. And Crabtree leaving himself on a finish after 9 against the throw. Jansen desperate need of a triple here.
Can you require 136?
Another 2 8s. Oh, that's great.
On the first leg, Cam Crabtree.
A flash of brilliance from Cam Crabtree. The 136 goes for 12 dart breaker
Second leg,
throw.
it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
And in a wham and a bam, Shazam has got that leg one.
140.
And how quickly things can turn around. Not too long ago, I was looking at Crabtree. 4 points cut adrift of those Group B places at the top half of the table. Kevin Mills has lost his last 2 games. Crabtree cashing in the chance.
99.
But the big question is, has the chance to win the
44.
group already gone? With victory here, the live in-play table would seem 6 points away from John Henderson. But the danger is, where is John Henderson going to lose games from? Because he is head and shoulders above everyone at the moment in this pack.
Well, he's going crazy here.
95.
12 on the first, could back up with an 11 here.
82.
And Jansen is being hit from pillar to post.
42.
That would have been for back-to-back 12 darters.
57. Can you require 40? Game shot on
this
the
is
second
good.
leg. Cam Crabtree.
12 on the 13, 2-0 Crabtree. He is looking in fine
Third leg.
fettle.
It's Danny to throw first. Game on.
It was around this sort of slot yesterday that we saw the best from Crabtree. He had that average, didn't he? 107.36. Not being the
134.
beating the best we've seen from him. That was on his debut game, 115.6. Really did announce himself on the Super
84.
Series stage. But he's trading higher than that right now.
Well, if he carries on in this vein, the record of his very close friend and fellow coordinator Darryl Pilgrim is under the severest of threat. 122.69 the average, and a 4-0 win against Daniel de Coulter in August of 2023. This is a special display. This is Cam Crabtree, not just at the peak of his powers, but in excess of it. And there's nothing, absolutely nothing, that Danny Jansen nor most players could do amidst this barrage. And it is a barrage of excellence, a barrage of brilliance. But he's ruined his average. It's come tumbling down to a measly 120.5.
$94.
Special.
16.
Special performance here from Crabtree.
Game shot on the third leg. Cam Crabtree.
Where our attention may not be on records
Fourth
of all
leg,
time
it's
on
Cam
the
to
Super
throw
Series
first.
stage, but he could certainly
Game
beat
on.
his record this week. He could certainly beat his own personal record, and he could certainly be beating a player who's above him in the table
100.
by a sizable difference in the legs, which could play parts when we look at the places.
45.
Danny Jansen must feel right now that he's playing a computer at level 11.
60. 108.
Danny Jansen just saying to Cam that this isn't a one-man show.
That's the thing, you've got to be
93.
careful not to slip in that mindset that you think the job's done. He's got the 2 breaks to throw. Got to make sure he drives home that advantage.
60.
But the thing is, Cam will know for a fact that he is averaging well. And if that does begin to overtake the mind, then
96.
that can sometimes overtake the job. Not saying that is the case, not one bit, but we've seen players get off quick
100.
and then just
Can
begin
you
to
require 152.
deviate as the records are in view. But this has been a smashing performance. It may not even be his best performance of the week now.
65. Danny,
Yeah,
you
the
require
107.36
116.
against Jeroen Caron, it's nosedived down to 104.5.
56.
Well, in
Can
just
you
6
require
minutes, Cam
87?
Crabtree has got an opportunity to win the game.
Double 5.
77.
Match start come and
Danny,
gone.
you require 6.
This the first opportunity Danny Jansen's had at all in this match. And in terms of Crabtree's pursuit, he needs big wins. So this could be a leg loss, which actually long-term could be
20.
quite fatal. But
Can you require 10?
Jansen unable to convert the opportunity. Crabtree comes back to bring the curtain down on a special display.
6.
But as the finishing line
Danny,
comes,
you require 40.
the misses begin to come as well.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Jansen
Danny
makes no
Jansen.
mistake. He makes Crabtree work for it. It's also a break of throw.
Fifth leg. It's Danny to throw first. Game on. $60.
It's got to regroup now. Crabtree, sometimes when everything's going your way, it can just get you into that mindset where
108.
I'm going to use the term lazy, where you just sort of expect that whenever you move your arm, you're going to hit, and you can see the focus back in the eyes again now of Crabtree. Kicks off with a max. Average-wise, around about
99.
not far for 30 points better than his opponent.
And it's performances like this, which is why Cam Crabtree is one of our most prized assets here at the
85.
Super Series. At his best, he is exceptional.
94.
And this has been an exceptional performance.
$42. Can you require 128?
Well, Danny Jansen has been pulled from pillar to post, and he may well be put out of his misery in a few moments' time. But that
45.
slip of the last dart, which we haven't really seen today, makes his return just a little bit more difficult.
49. Can you require 83?
Jansen down to a finish, but he may not get a go.
51. Danny, you require 170.
This would be so typical of a game like this if Jansen took out the fish. But he's not going to do so. And so Crabtree, the average now below the ton,
58. Can you require 32?
just happy to take the points. It's been a colossal performance. But Caron
No score.
Crabtree cannot clinch that
Danny, you
match-winning
require
double.
112.
And Danny Jansen must be thinking here, take my chances, because
72.
Cam hasn't been able to finish this
Can
match
you
off.
require 32?
He still hasn't finished the job off. He has now.
The match. Come, Crabtree.
Well, the first 3 legs were nothing short of scintillating from Shazam. At one point, we were looking at Daryl Pilgrim's average records. After 3 legs, he was above it. But then a load of missed darts towards the line means that his average is only 92.63. But don't let that deviate from the magnificence of that performance. He dislodged Danny Jansen there by 4 legs to 1. That the tail of the tape on your screen. After the break, it is Jeroen Caron up against Robert Thornton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series of the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, where we are about to begin our 9th game of the session. It sees Jeroen Caron and Robert Thornton go toe-to-toe. These two have met in a previous Super Series campaign. That was at the beginning of 2024. Robert Thornton won both of the battles between the pair there. But in terms of the meeting between Thornton and Caron during yesterday's action, it was Jeroen that got his first win over the form by 4 legs to 3, averaging 86.5 in that contest, 4 out of 10 when it came to the doubling. Before the break, we saw a superb match as Crabtree beat Danny Jansen by 4 legs to 1, averaging 92.63. 3 180s in that match, and that was despite missing 14 darts at a double. After 3 legs, we were looking at Daryl Pilgrim's all-time record, and we were comparing and contrasting. But for Crabtree, the most important thing was the fact that he got the win.
It's Jeroen to throw first.
He moves on to 8 points in the group, and he moves up to 3rd because he has made some severe inroads in terms of his legs difference over the last couple of games. But this, a meeting between the bottom 2, and I think it's very important for Jeroen when you consider what has happened so far today, and when you consider the fact that he's won just the 1 leg on the back of what happened yesterday in terms of results.
80.
He needs to pick himself up very quickly.
Yeah, we have seen it before, haven't we, where we've had players at the bottom of the table where they're not really even getting legs on the board or having too many opportunities where you'd say they've played to that sort of level, but I don't think Jeroen Caron's played to the standards of somebody who is in the predicament he is. So with that in mind, you feel at some point he's going to start winning legs and start winning matches.
42.
Well, he's changed something. There's a change of the equipment, definitely a different flight. Looks like, I don't quite know, possibly a different stem as well.
83.
But definitely a different colour flight for Jeroen Caron in this game.
$125.
It looks like he's beginning to take flight, but that diversion into the single 5 means that he's left himself on a free data.
58. Jeroen, you require 99.
Tops. Very low second
59.
dart. And Thornton has punished in and around this range twice today. But he's not going to make it a hat-trick.
139.
But he's going to leave it very handy.
Jeroen, you require 40. Game shot on the first
Double take
leg,
goes.
Jeroen
Caron, it's one up.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $81.
Let's have a look at the setup of both players here. Thornton, nothing really changes. Been something akin and similar to that for so many years. It's the setup that's seen him so successful. But for Caron, as you mentioned, a slight tweak, particularly to the flight. Sometimes just a little change can make a major difference.
Yeah, it does seem to just be a colour change here
82.
for Caron, which just maybe makes it feel a little bit different on the eye. Certainly looks like the exact same sort of setup.
96.
Can it sometimes be a psychological thing in the fact that you just, even though the flight probably isn't any different to the one you had before, but just
94.
a different colour just changes your feel and your outlook on things?
You're just changing the picture, aren't you? Changing what you see. We'll be looking over at the 18s,
84.
and that's a poor
Robert,
dart.
you require 144.
Thornton now guaranteed 6.
60.
Return for 84 to level this match up at 1 apiece.
100. Robert, you require 84.
14 ball. Bullseye.
36.
Dragged low.
Jeroen,
So
you
Caron
require
does have a
78.
chance to open up a 2-leg gap in this contest to get the breaker throw. Double 12. That was a wild attempt, a wild dart.
70.
Almost been
Robert, you
systematic
require
of his
58.
week at times.
$38. Jeroen, you require 8.
2 fours.
Game shot on a
And
second
Jeroen
leg.
moves
Jeroen
2
Caron.
to the good. Had to survive a bit of a scare from the Thorn.
Third leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Looks like 2 players. And looks like a kind of game where both players are just searching for something, but it's
45.
just not coming to them.
I think that's how it's felt for Robert Thornton so far throughout the entirety of his campaign.
45. $45. 85. $121. $139. $94. $140.
Well, that 140 there has left Thornton on a 2-darter to cut the gap in half to 2-1.
55. Robert, you
And this may well be the
92.
moment where the game just begins to change. We see a scene
It's on a
change. Thornton
third
up in the
Robert
quality. A
Thornton.
14-darter. He lets out a bit of a roar. Those pent-up emotions just being allowed to be
Flag. It's
unleashed a
Robert
little
to
bit.
throw First. Game on. $24.
Just looking ahead to the Seniors Masters, that will be coming up in just a couple of weeks' time now. Robert Thornton, the number 3 seed for that
84.
event. Has drawn Trina Gulliver in the opening game. Winner of that to play Neil Duff or
86.
Daryl Fitton.
So Robert Thornton playing one of our Super Series commentators. Glenn Dummant's got a rematch with Paul Hogan. I bet Paul was delighted to
100.
have got Glenn in that draw. It's got Mitchell. It's got Hendo. And what a game this will be. Martin Adams
121.
up against Chris Mason. And Chris played very well at the match play. Ran into an on-song Neil Duff on that particular
97.
occasion.
Yeah, when you look at that, there's a lot of people often ask for a commentators week here as one of the specials weeks at the Super Series. You've pretty much got it there at the
100.
Masters, haven't you?
Well, Tony O'Shea, I know he's not commentated here, but Tony's a very, very good broadcaster. Very good broadcaster. He's done a fair few World Finals in his time at the
27.
Lakeside.
Robert, you require 170.
In fact, he did the last ever BDO World Final
6.
commentary and the first ever WDF World Final commentary. I know you love a fun fact.
$57. Robert, you require 110.
Thornton 110 to level this game up at 2-2. He was 2-0 behind. He looked completely out the contest.
90.
But little by little,
Jeroen,
he's
you
trying to
require
work his way back in, but he
136.
couldn't quite level up there. Well, this is what Robert Thornton's been doing to opponents all day.
120.
And but for a
Robert, you
whip of a
require
wire, he
20.
nearly got a taste of his own medicine.
Game shot on the
But this game is back
Robert
level.
Thornton.
And if Caron loses this game, this will feel like the one that's got away because he had full control of this contest.
Fifth leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Thornton just, I'm not going to say going through the gears, but maybe gone up one.
100. $100. $85.
Coming up after this, we've got Danny Jansen up against Kevin Mills, followed by John Henderson against Jeroen Caron. And
47.
Robert Thornton's next game is against Caron Crabtree. That's what we've got to look forward to in the fourth round of matches on this Tuesday afternoon. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us here at the Super Series. We're at MSS Darts on our social media feeds. And don't forget, if you are
67.
on YouTube, you can subscribe and be a part of our chat room And if you do click that subscribe button, there's plenty of bonus content available for you at the tap of a button on the Super Series YouTube channel.
We've just found out that Neil Duff might be the Beetlejuice of darts. We mention him and there he appears.
Just don't say it 3 times.
$140. Jeroen, you require.
I reckon Duff could do a job in the commentary box, you know. Is Caron going to do a job here? Tops.
Oh.
And that's another dart at a double, which
Robert,
is veered wide for Caron. Well, I don't think you needed us to describe that dart because Robert Thornton's done it for you.
74. Jeroen, you require 35.
Double 16. Needed to go because Thornton was poised for the break and he was poised on his favourite double. Come on, 3-2 up.
6th leg.
Both players
first. Game on.
With a dejected look at the back of the stage. Thornton shakes his head. Caron looking consolate.
98.
But here's the Belgian that leads 3-2. And beginning down on 19, is that an indication that possibly he's not feeling it 100%?
Well, if you look at where the darts have been missing low, haven't they? So a sign of tension there in the arm of Caron. That might be the reason he's starting downstairs, but
43.
he is nearly there. He has nearly recorded his 2nd win here this week. And it was actually this fixture yesterday, wasn't it? Fixture number 3 for Jeroen Caron, where he was able to get the win.
Against this man in a last leg decider.
140.
Now, even if Caron wins this game, he can't leap off the bottom of the pile because of legs difference. But more than anything, it'll just be a morale boost for him. But he may have to do it in a last leg decider because Thornton here on throw is having a half decent leg. He's left himself on a 2-darter after 12.
$81. Robert, you require 80.
20 for tops.
Game shot
on a string.
Leg. Robert Thornton.
And we go all the way to a last leg decider. It's been a bit of a head scratcher at times for the pair. Neither have been at their rip-roaring best. These just feel like 2 points that somebody's going to have to claw out.
98. $100.
It will certainly feel more laboured than it would lavish, the performance for whoever the victor's going to be. But you feel like this is a bigger game for Jeroen to win than it is Robert, despite the fact they are both at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, I think in the context of the group, there's not really going to be too much difference in regards to the placings for winning or losing this game. But
43.
In regards to how the whole experience is going to feel.
$58.
Inviting. And he moves across to open up the bed.
140.
Just catches the flight on the way in, but that has just gave him a little bit of an advantage on the scoreboard. Caron needed 2 trebles, finds 2 trebles.
140.
Heating up at the back end of the leg.
134. Jeroen, you require 148.
Thornton with that 2-treble turn leaves himself on a 2-darter. But is he going to get a go? 148 for Jeroen Caron to win the match. Double 14.
120.
And that would have been a dosage of medicine for Robert Thornton that he's dished out to his opponents. One more dart at double six.
78.
2 match darts missed by the
Jeroen, you
Scot.
require
Both
28.
players have had an opportunity to win this game. And it's Jeroen Caron who's the first to get a second chance. And he takes that second chance. He didn't need a second invitation. The double 14 goes. Jeroen Caron with a second win of the week. A second 4-3 success against Robert Thornton. Doing so of an average of 82.42. 4 from 11 when it came to the finishing. For Robert Thornton, that will hurt. Coming up next, it's Danny Jansen up against Kevin Mills.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night. So far, it's quite some going. And 26 180s in total last night, I think. I get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later because last night he had a crack at this. 128. Didn't get dart 8. 41. He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9-darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny require 100.
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Shot of the match.
It's incredible.
Win Jeffrey Swan defeating Ivanbode at 6-5 as
59.
Heenahan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one. One in the opening game. Like buses. This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Can require 141.
Go on, Conor Heenahan.
Conor Heenahan.
Winning the match with the magical 9 darts. Which he gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
A Bosch.
High pace is through.
Well, that is how you can be here on a Saturday evening at the Modus Super Series. Every Saturday night, tickets available via dartshop.tv. And you may well see a world champion in action on Saturday evening. John Henderson, top of the pile in Group A, 14 points to his name. He has won every single match on this Tuesday morning so far, and he has a 4-point lead from Danny Jansen in second position. Caron Crabtree is beginning to make a little bit of a charge despite losing that opening game to Henderson, whilst Kevin Mills has just lost a little bit of the momentum that he built up on day one. Thornton and Caron are floating adrift at the bottom of the table. So, to Danny Jansen and to Kevin Mills, our 10th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Danny, a day which hasn't quite gone to plan so far. He won his opening match. He looked in good nick against Robert Thornton, but he's then been hit by 2 perennial performances. An average against John Henderson of 92 and an average from Crabtree of over 92. He was hit with a couple of big performances, and now we're going to question the bounce back ability of the Dutchman up against Kevin Mills, who needs a bit of a bounce back of his own. He's been hit a little bit from pillar to post, was in control of his game against Robert Thornton, lost that 4-3, and was another player on the receiving end of a John Henderson flurry. This game could carry huge weight. Can Crabtree in the background be a very interested spectator of this game?
85.
Yeah, there's a chance here that he could close that gap on Jansen and on that second position, put himself back into contention here, and ultimately
95.
as well, you've also got the factor of the prize money being better per position. Crabtree really improving his opportunities to date. But Jansen, you feel is
58.
in that sort of needs to win territory here, because Henderson's got Jeroen Caron, who's bottom of the table next.
100.
There could be a gap start to appear between positions 1 and 2, regardless of whether it's Jansen or Crabtree that takes that place.
92.
Well, Caron has to win his final 2 games, of that there's no doubt. Just gives him a lingering outside chance going into Wednesday's play.
140. Danny, you require 156. 56. Kevin, you require 51.
Well, Mills for the break. Tops
Game
for
shot on
1-0
the
lead
first
and a
leg,
14
Kevin
darter to break in the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
He's beginning to build a reputation here, Kevin Mills is
85.
one of those players, and I mean this with the greatest respect in the world. This is a compliment to him, that you look at and you think, oh, he's just so tricky, that you kind of know what he's going to do. He's going to do something fairly decent most of the time. May not always do anything that really catches the eye in terms of numbers, but he's always going to be at a level which is going to cause whoever he plays all sorts of problems.
58.
Average for the day yesterday of 84.3. 13 from 50 on the doubles. Roundabout
81.
a decent total. He's playing at a level which is just tricky and difficult to beat. You know, if you play your A game, you should get the measure. But if you're slightly off it, he's there ready to pounce.
60.
I think he's been a very good find from the
58.
ADC. Qualified through the Vault system. Mentioned yesterday how he played in a big open comp in Wales. £1,000 to the winner. Averaged 101 in a 6-0 win in the final. And he's shown no sign of nerves translating floor
72.
form onto the big stage.
Kevin, you require 135.
Just having a look at the scores here, trying to work out the best options. Doesn't need to go for the ball.
27. Danny,
Well, that
you
didn't quite
require
work out.
138.
Jansen unable to take out the 138, and so Mills should have been on a 2 darter of being
107.
hypercritical,
Kevin, you require 108.
but it's a chance nonetheless to back the breakup of leg 1.
$56. Danny, you require 31.
For the break back. So many players like Danny are doing that. He gets the double 7 to break and level up. It's something that really came to our attention because Connor Scutt started doing it.
Third leg,
There's a
it's
lot of
Danny
players
to
now
throw
that are
first.
starting to leave double
Game on.
14 more on purpose than perhaps ever before.
100.
The only thing that's annoying about a double 14 is
100.
the breakdown from it. You've only got one secondary double, that's the double 7. If you go inside, then you've got to split. Not like a double 16 where you can
100.
split all the way back down. But actually, the position on the board isn't too bad because it's pretty much deadpan centre. It's a nice, even line to aim at. And that's one of the reasons why Connor Scott likes to leave that double wherever he sensibly can.
83. $42.
It was a slow start to the game for Danny Jansen, but you feel just warming to the task now.
80. $139. Danny, you require 38.
Straight for it. And now decides to split. And then
Shot of
hits.
third leg, Danny Jansen. Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $81.
Getting that first dart right now, Danny Jansen. They're the confidence growers.
78. $91. $81.
Do you think Kevin Mills has to get into Group B to give himself the best chance of qualifying through, or do you see, regardless of the group himself,
45.
on Thursday and Friday, ascertaining a decent chance of making it through to Saturday?
100.
I don't think I've seen anything from any of the players in this group so far to suggest they're not going to have an opportunity in the Group B's and Group C campaigns.
58. Kevin, you require 161.
Group C, Sean Holly, Martin Thomas, and
41.
Jamie Atkins. And I've actually been given some intel on Sean Holly. And the intel I've got is very, very good.
59. Kevin, you require 120.
We'll see them in action later on this week. Mills looking at the 120 to square up at 2-2. That second dart went real
60.
low.
Danny, you require 148.
He could be in real trouble if Jansen finds the 148.
132. Kevin, you require 60.
Oh.
20.
Disaster
Danny, you
for Kevin
require
Mills.
16.
Presenting Jansen with an opportunity at double 8.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Last dart in
Danny
hand.
Jansen.
The Mullet gets the break. He leads 3-1 and now has the throw to win this contest.
Disaster, I think, is the
Fifth leg,
great
it's
word
Danny
there
to
to
throw
describe that
first.
whole situation.
Game on.
From 60, he'd have been expecting 2 darts at a double. He got none. Danny Jansen then gets to break a throw. He's now got the advantage of the throw in 2 of the last 3 legs if he does need it. He now just becomes a big, big favourite, does Danny Jansen, to go on to get the points.
65.
This is probably not good news for Cam Crabtree because it means that Jansen will move on to 12 points. The maximum Cam can finish the day on is 12 himself.
80.
Of course, Henderson already on 14, and he's got to hope that he loses both his games. But he takes on the bottom 2 in the last couple of games in this group.
83.
Thornton and Caron. It feels like a 2-horse race going into tomorrow with a possible slow start for the Croydon and possibly coming back to
100.
cost him.
100. 81.
Jansen here, leaving himself on 155 to win this contest. It hasn't been a classic performance from the Dutchman, but on the back of the previous 2 matches, he would have been happy to have taken a win no matter the circumstances of it. He's left himself in a single to double, providing Mills cannot take out the fish. Unable to suffice.
60.
And so Danny Jansen has an opportunity to close this match out. He gets 2 darts at tops. But that's a wild one. He shakes his
23.
head.
Kevin, you require 110.
No, that was an unforced error. Is it an error that's going to be punished? Not this time.
56. Danny, you require 32.
And so this to seal it. To move him on to 12 points.
Game shot.
And 12 points it is. Danny Jansen gets the better of Kevin Mills by 4 legs to 1. It wasn't a classic performance from the Dutchman, but he's back on the board. He's back in business. He beats the Welshman, who is just beginning to hit a bit of a wall, just a bit of a wobble in the middle of this group. Jansen, the victor there. Coming up after the break, it is top versus bottom as Henderson takes on Caron. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Danny Jansen got back in the winner's enclosure for a 4-1 win against Kevin Mills. Next up, it's a meeting between top and bottom, and John Henderson there looking in a little bit of distress. Don't know what's happened there, but hobbling on his left knee, looking a little bit in discomfort, which is not a good sign whatsoever. I don't know whether Jeroen Caron's given him a kick in the shin because that's how well he's played today. But yeah, that's not good to see. He's hobbling as he walks back down the hockey. He is not looking comfortable whatsoever, moving gingerly back down the stage as he throws his last practice darts against the Belgian Jeroen Caron. This is a meeting between top and bottom in the table. Might just be one of those where you may just need to walk it off. It's not ideal that right before the game he's in that bit of discomfort. I suppose it's better than the game being on. Then I suppose you're a man that we can ask about this, Matt, because you're somebody who's suffered with injuries over the course of your career. We don't quite know what's happening, but he's still clutching at his left knee. He's being told by the referee, Jack Gower, that he's got 3 more practice darts before this game gets underway. But when you've got a nagging discomfort, as it looks like John has in his left knee, what's it like to play with?
The slight advantage he's got here is it's in his left knee, not his right knee, so it's not really too effective to the actual stance or the balance. It's more to do with Henderson with that sort of motion, the rocking motion. However, it can be more of a psychological problem than a physical one.
60.
When you anticipate pain, when you anticipate something going wrong, that is the issue. And with that, it just changes your whole mentality. No longer do you focus on the game, you focus on everything else.
Can the adrenaline of the game help?
I'm not convinced there's going to be too much adrenaline in this game right now for John Henderson, because he's got a little bit of a cushion at the top of the table. He knows he can't really be caught in regards to the league table today. We know we can't win it today. We know we can't lose it. So I think at the moment he's in that passage of play, that part of the week where he's just enjoying his darts. He's on autopilot. He's just going through the motions. I don't think he's quite in that bit yet where we go, right, this really matters.
In terms of Jeroen, you must be looking at the other way, thinking this is meant to be the most dangerous beast in this group. He's the top player playing the best darts, and then you see that upon the practice darts. That's going to give you a G. I think, actually, I should fancy myself a bit here.
John, you require 105.
Not it look like it's deviated John's performance whatsoever, because this has been a decent start.
45. Jeroen, you require 120.
Caron unable to take out the 120. Henderson wanting to finish half the size. Shuffles over. And makes no mistake on the tops. Smack bang in the middle of the bed. Hendo one up.
Second leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on. $15.
That is the miss, isn't it, for Caron? When it's not going right, it goes left.
108.
No problems whatsoever here for Hendo.
When that first dart sits at the top of the bed like that, you just know that at least one more is going to follow. Usually 2 more follow.
$100. $26.
Thrown with frustration, that last start there for Caron, who is pretty much just giving John Henderson the breaker throw.
Is he looking like a player now, Jeroen, that's a little bit resigned to his fate?
Well, he's not even keeping the dart straight at the moment. No surprise seeing him come downstairs. That is the 7th dart that hasn't even hit the segment that he's going for. In this case, the 19s, previously the 20s.
Henson's got 6 from here. Before this match started, John Henderson was moving a bit gingerly. But at this present moment in time, Jeroen Caron is going to be feeling a little bit blue.
58. John, you require 62.
It's a 2-0 lead for the breaker throw. Double 4.
58. $85. John, you require 4.
2 2s for a 2-zip lead. Up for the Madhouse.
No score.
This almost feels like this leg's now a bit too comfortable for John Henderson, but as comfortable as it has been, I was going to say Caron has the opportunity to apply pressure.
43. John,
But
you
it just
require
feels like
4.
he's nowhere to be seen.
Game Shauna's second leg, John
And
Henderson.
he's beginning to get brushed aside by the Scot. 2-0 to Henderson. And he hasn't even had to get out of fifth gear so far.
First. Game on. $43.
Well, he hasn't. Statistically, this by far John Henderson's worst performance of the week. But it's also more than enough at the moment
100.
against Caron, who's just battling with himself at the moment just to keep the darts straight.
As nice as averages are, wins are most important. I'll never forget a quote that Robert Wickwood said to me once. I remember speaking to him after a session. We were talking about averages and why I always bang on about them on commentary. And he said that he went to a Challenge Tour event and he heard all these players talking about their averages in games. And someone went up to him and said, "So, Robert, what did you average?" He said, "I lost." And not really, the be-all and end-all is, as nice as the stats are, as nice as good averages are, this is a win-or-lose game. You don't care if you average 62 and win 25 grand in the Champions Week final. You'd rather average 62 and win 25 grand in the Champions Week final than average 112 and lose the Champions Week final.
$134.
They're the numbers that matter, aren't they? The pounds that hit the bank.
57.
So much so, it allowed Andreas Harrison to possibly buy another house.
$100.
Well, the Highlander, a couple of darts away from a 3-0 lead. He's been comfortable throughout the duration of this contest.
$50. Jeroen, you
He
require
has needed chances to finish
117.
legs off. Caron's just being fed scraps.
57.
Or being allowed
Johnny
scraps
requires
because of
60.
Henderson's misses on the outer ring. Two fives to Hendo for a 3-0 lead. Don't know what's happened here.
John, you require 10.
Well, whatever happened there, it's all's well but ends well in the end. Henderson staring at double 5 for a 3-0 lead. One away from a comprehensive success against the Belgian Jeroen Caron. And the double 5 goes, first time of asking. No mistakes that time for the Highlander. And maybe just that little bit of reset time is done in the world of good.
It's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Eyebrows raised. Hasn't quite been an eyebrow-raising performance so far, but it's been enough to put himself free to the good. And once again, Jeroen Caron kicking off a leg down on the 19s.
99. $57.
The good news for Hendo is, if he is feeling in slight discomfort, then he only has one more game to go after this one. And if he wins this, he'll feel like the damage has been done for the day already.
Yeah, 4 wins from 5. That'll be the target every single day. 24 points. That would be enough.
134.
That is all that his closest rival Danny Jansen can now do. And that's if Danny Jansen is to go on to win his last 6 games. So the requirements for John Henderson.
59.
The bar, the ceiling, just getting a little bit lower.
59.
Well, if we put the ceiling any lower, June Van Schie wouldn't be able to enter the place.
$94. 60. Jeroen, you require 78.
Well, this to reduce the gap back down to 3-1. Do a double 12. Only needs the one. It's a 14 dart. It's a much improved leg that from Jeroen Caron. Just keeps himself in the contest, but Henderson has the darts here to eventually see the Belgian off.
$85. $133.
If you're in the corner as Jeroen Caron and you had the opportunity to have 5 minutes in his corner once the day's
96.
done, what would be the type of advice that you'd be giving to him?
Well, he's playing in a group now. He can no longer win, really, isn't he? So that would be the first thing to get out of the way.
58.
And then it's just look forward. Can't do anything about today, can't do anything about yesterday, but you can do something about Thursday and Friday. There's always something on the horizon. There's always another opportunity.
100.
Well, on the weekend, the Black Ops 6 comes out. John Henderson looks like he's about to complete his Call of Duty for the day.
41.
4 wins and 5 would have been the requirement and the expectation when he's on the cusp of a 4th win.
140.
And that ton 40 leaves Henderson on a 2-darter after a dozen. It's not been sparkling, but it has been efficient.
You require 80.
And this to see the game through. 2 in his hand, a double 10. It's a 14-darter to finish. And John Henderson gets a 4th win of the day. He gets the better of Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to 1. He looking a little bit ginger on the practice darts, was just hobbling about, but once he hit his stride, he managed to pick apart 4 legs, played to a half-decent standard in a game that didn't quite light up the blue touch paper, but did have moments. Henderson beating Caron by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Cam Crabtree and Robert Thornton go toe-to-toe.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson!
And this is where... Hang on, wow. Hang on! John about there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as a yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a key favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello.
It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks.
Away days and Bradley Brooks.
May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. What a shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180. Unfortunately, he did go for this one.
And we've reached the one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Fox for a breaker throw. They've got that double 20. Stops the match. Starts with fun and Steve West.
Steve West and darts for fun!
But it's debut tonight for Davidson.
It isn't! And the Week 1 Modus Super Series champion!
The ADC Global Championship takes place for the first time at the end of 2024. From the 9th to the 22nd of December at the Modus Live Lounge. £85,000 total prize on 25 going to the winner. 24 players from across 3 continents, including the top 2 players on the Women's Tour. It'll be played in a Super Series format with 8 players progressing through to the grand final on the 22nd of December. And it's going to be streamed live here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. The field, well, we kind of know who's going to be playing there. The full cut-off is on the 31st of October. And the players that are going to be in action, well, some Super Series regulars, the likes of Andy Bolton, the likes of Thomas Banks, they're going to be there. So week 1, the Group A, Thomas Banks, Andreas Nicolai, Brian Roman, Adam Mould, Sebastian Białowicki and Dieter Hedman. The Group B, Gary Stone, Darryl Pilgrim, Tony Martinez, Connor Heenahan. And then week 2, Andy Bolton, Marvin Van Velden, the reigning Super Series champion, James Welding, Fallon Sherrick in the A. And then later on in the week, as things stand, it's Joe Croft, Bradley Brooks and Johan Geldenhuys, the South African qualifier.
Game on.
Qualifiers for the seniors, qualifiers in the UK North and South still to be held. The Oceanic qualifiers still to be held. And there could be some jostling and a couple of changes depending on how the ADC rankings look come October the 31st.
60.
Well, Thornton could come through the seniors qualifier for that event, and Caron Crabtree may well come through the UK qualifier for that event. And they go toe-to-toe in our top match of the session. Get all those details, Matt?
Every single one.
140.
Good. Right, let's talk about this contest because Cam, following defeat to John Henderson in his first match of the day, has looked in very
100.
good nick. Only an average of 92 in the end after a roaring start against Danny Jansen, but just looks like a bit more of a bee in the bonnet for him today. Just
100.
looks a bit more business-like from him.
58.
Well, he is well rested, is Cam Crabtree. I can tell you that for a fact. Because we are sharing accommodation at the moment this week. And of which, when I got back to said accommodation, I could hear him across the landing snoring for about 3 hours.
58.
So he's a snorer then?
Oh, massively.
108.
Massive snorer.
Well, he was caught napping yesterday.
48.
That may lay his chances of winning this group.
$99. Camu requires 60.
Tops. And because his darts sit
40.
down in the board, that
Robert, you
final dart was
require
awkward,
90.
and it's presented Thornton with an outside chance of a break, but he's going to have to find shovel 15 with dart 2. Unable to locate, so Crabtree will get 3 more to
38.
take leg 1.
Camu required 20. Game shot of first
First
leg.
dart was the
Cam
perfect
Crabtree.
guide, used it well with dart 2. 1-0 Crabtree.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Just looking up to the
81.
final fixtures of the day. Crabtree would have it in his own hands when he takes on Kevin Mills. A victory there would probably,
140.
all but mathematically really, give him the Group B spot, you'd feel.
60.
Just one final note on the Global Championship, Matt. Just having a look at the players and just having a little look at the field so far. Is there anybody that stands out as a
96.
possible favourite at this moment in time, or a possible player to look out for?
Well, they're all players
96.
we know, aren't they? There's not going to be like a surprise package in there. So you've got to take a look at who's playing well at the moment. You've got Marvin Van Belzen, our
57.
reigning Super Series champion. Conor Heenahan loves this stage. Brian Roman's in a bit of form. Thomas Banks.
94.
Take your pick.
Yeah, the Belgian Brian man would be looking to sing to the Tungsten tune. If he wins here. And it'd be for someone like
96.
Brian, somebody like
Robert, you require 107.
Conor Heenahan, who've had so much success, to be a big title to have. This would have been a big shot from Robert. He's already had the 142 and the 147. He's not going to add the
Cam, you require
big
112.
fish to the mix. But Crabtree looking at the 112. Gets the
Gets on the second
112
leg.
to
Cam
break
Crabtree.
Thornton lead 2-0. And that was exactly what the Thorns been doing all day, hitting big ton plus checkouts
Third leg, it's
to
Cam the
suppress his
first.
opposition.
Game on.
And Crabtree giving him a dosage of that medicine.
That's his second big finish of the week as well. The 136 also in the block. But
139.
it's the 180s that have been the most impressive for Crabtree. 14 maximums going into this game. The most of
58.
any player so far. Kevin Mills and John Henderson both finding 11. Danny Jansen with 10. Jeroen Caron with 6. And Robert Thornton, 4. Of which all came very early in his campaign.
95.
Very early on Monday's play.
Well, it's felt like a campaign where anything that Robert's done has been in those first few games on Monday. Today will feel like a day that he would just be happy to put aside, to forget ever happened and just come back afresh tomorrow. Probably with a
85.
look at Group C in
Can
mind,
you
because if he
require
loses this game, then
145?
he'll be 6 points adrift of Crabtree. 145? Not this time.
93. $99. Cam, you require 52.
For 3-0. In rapid time.
44. Robert, you require 164.
He'll still be expecting to come back. And he will. To take a 3-0 lead in under 6 minutes.
41. Cam, you require...
But he hasn't been missing about, has he? And the problem is, because those two darts are so close to the wire, so well thrown, it actually makes it awkward. He may have a small part of the bottom of the bed to aim at here.
No score. Robert, you require 120.
Everything about that was awkward. And this would have felt horrid if Thornton had found the ball.
Cam, you require 8.
Five well-thrown darts.
No
Cannot
score.
find a way through.
Robert, you require
He should be
32.
3-0 up. But this game could be back on throw, and it is back on
shot
throw.
on the third leg.
Because
Robert
Thornton makes no mistake of the double 16. He puts his hand out because he knows that's a leg he had no right to win.
Fourth leg.
But
It's
ultimately,
Robert to
it's
go
one
first.
that he has got in his
Game on.
pocket. How many times have we seen games like this change on a moment like that, where a player misses opportunity to move 3 up and move clear, somebody picks the pocket, back to 2-1, and then
39.
suddenly we see a scene change.
$100.
Because we know what a player like Robert's like. If he gets an opportunity like that and he takes an opportunity like that, he begins to believe actually that there's a task to be had here. There's a job to be done here.
$81.
Crabtree just at the back of the stage there, having a couple of practice swings. We see that be something he's adopted a couple of times in his visits here to the Super Series, and it's working very well for him here.
139.
Just a sign maybe that he's getting a little bit of tension in the arm, and he's just trying to keep himself moving.
Definitely a Croydon
38.
thing. His good pal and local mate, Darryl Pilgrim, does something similar.
95.
Probably the most famous phantom dart thrower is Paul Lim.
60. Cam, you require 100.
Well, Cam accidentally dropped his dart in the middle of the Thornton turn. He had to then run back down the stage. Lucky he didn't do that on Saturday. Otherwise, health and safety would have got involved because he would have put a dart in somebody's eye. But he's eyeing up the fish.
$52. Robert, you require 141. $81. Cam, you require 118.
Well, Thornton here is on the cusp of 2-2 unless Crabtree could take out the 118. Remember, Thornton had faced a handful of darts to go 3-0 down in this contest. But Crabtree gets a dart at double 19 to make it 3-1. He doesn't
Robert, you
take.
require 60.
And so Thornton can swoop in and level up.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Robert Thornton.
Clinical. Clinical from Robert Thornton. This game is back level at
flag. It's Cam
2-2,
to
and
the
that man
first.
will probably
Game
wonder
on.
why.
$100.
You just sense that last one was going to go in. You get 2 darts on that bottom wire.
96.
Absolutely perfect for Crabtree. A player that understands his darts. That is why he's going
57.
downstairs and using the 17s as well. Not using the 19s that we've seen a lot of people doing, leaving that 3-4-2 on non-finish for the maximum.
85.
So intelligent darts there for Crabtree.
He's been watching them Darts Mass videos, which are available on the
96.
TikTok channel. You've been doing a bit of Darts Mass, haven't you, Matt?
108.
I have, and the math right here is 180 for Robert Thornton. He put everything into that. You saw him throw his whole body into the shot. But he is first down to a finish here.
81. Robert, you require 140.
And it's a slightly better finish because it's 2 trebles to a double, where Crabtree 2 trebles to a ball. But he could leave his favourite here for a breaker throw. And not too long ago, we was talking about Crabtree potentially being 3-0 up. All of a sudden, he may be a leg away from losing the
60.
game.
Robert, you require 40.
He missed 2.5 visits worth of doubles to go 3-0 up, did Crabtree. And now he finds himself 3-2 behind. Thornton gets the break and now has the darts to win this match.
Game on.
And Cam must be thinking, where did this go wrong? Because Thornton was completely out the picture in this contest. And now he's the favourite to win this contest. How a game in this format can change.
Well, he had those darts, didn't he? 2 handfuls of darts to keep it in his own hands. And he is the sort of player that's very critical of his own performance, and he'll come off the stage frustrated here.
81.
Because right now, this is all about Robert Thornton.
$57. $134.
And Thornton motoring home. Cam was coasting in this game 2-0 up. He looked like the only player who was going to win the contest. But now, he looks at Robert Thornton on a finish to win the contest. He's going to get a dart to win the contest at tops.
66.
It just grazes the wire.
Cam, you require 164.
Big ask for Crabtree. Needs to find a couple of trebles. There's one. Oh, he's going to get a dart at the ball.
And he gets the ball. A skin saver for Shazam. When it looked like his back was well and truly against the wall, he has found a moment of magic. It was reciprocated from Robert Thornton. And somehow, and I don't know how, we've got a last leg decider here.
Well, Thornton missed a match dart and Crabtree a moment of magic.
140.
And then opened strong with the darts. Good game, good tussle. Both players will probably feel that they could have won it already. But will be decided over the next 9 or so darts, you feel?
Why does this have to be the last leg of this match? Because this has been a stupendous watch.
100.
And we are absolutely none the wiser at this point.
100.
In the last game, I was saying how Robert Thornton's not hit many 180s during his campaign. He only hit 4 until now. Now he's got 7. He made double his tally in this match.
108.
He's on for an 11 darter in the decider. Cam has to hit big and hope.
140.
Hits a 140.
Robert, you require
It's been an excellent end to an excellent contest. Thornton's already missed a dart for the match, but he's not going to miss a second as he hits an 11 darter to bring an end to an absolute thriller of a match. Robert Thornton gets the better of Cam Crabtree in 7. A game which swung back and forth. A game littered with big moments. And a game that is won by Robert Thornton. There was a point today where we were worried about Robert, but there's no worries at all for the Fawn. 92.75 the average, 4 from 6 on his doubles. Crabtree with 2 big ton-plus checkouts, including that 164 to take us all the way. But it was an effort ultimately in vain for the Croydner. So, one final round of fixture to go on this Tuesday afternoon, and we are going to watch our 2 ADC European representatives go toe-to-toe next, as Jeroen Caron takes on Danny Jansen.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. 180. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've been treated to a day of days here in Portsmouth. Another excellent morning's worth of action here on this Tungsten Tuesday. And before the break, we had an absolute cracker between Robert Thornton and Crabtree. Thornton winning out 4-3, despite Crabtree hitting 2 tub plus checkouts. John Henderson got the better of Jeroen Caron by 4 lengths to 1, and Danny Jansen beat Kevin Mills by the same scoreline in this round of fixtures. This is how the table looks going into the final round of the day. John Henderson on 16 points, 4 clear of Danny Jansen in second. Then there's a 4-point gap between Crabtree and Mills in third and fourth respectively. Crabtree making a real run for it today. Thornton on 6, Caron on 4. Our 13th meeting is between 2 ADC qualifiers, Jeroen Caron and Danny Jansen. And it's a big end to the year in the ADC. We've got the Global Championship coming up and the Championship Tour Finals coming up on what's going to be a blockbuster autumn here at the Live Lounge.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly. Ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Plenty of action coming up towards the end of the year, courtesy of the ADC. It kicks off with the Championship Tour Finals, the Women's Championship Tour Finals, which takes place on the afternoon of Saturday, the 9th of November. Dieter Hedman, Fallon Shet, Vicky Pruen, Gemma Hayter, Angela Kirkwood, Steph Clark, Lisa Ashton, Kim Holden, the top 8 at the end of 2024 in the rankings. And so the top 8 players, they'll go toe-to-toe in the Women's Tour Series Finals. And then a week later, it's the Men's Tour Series Finals. The top 8, Andy Bolton, Joe Croft, Thomas Banks, Gary Stone, Daniel Pilgrim, Bradley Brooks, Charlie Martin and Neil Duff. I have the opportunity to fight for those titles, those matches and those tournaments will be live on the Super Series YouTube channel. You got back-to-back Saturdays of back-to-back darts here at the Super Series. We're very much looking forward to bringing them to you as one of the global championship towards the end of the year. Plenty of darts. There's always plenty of darts here, though, isn't there, Matt?
There's always darts this time of year.
100.
Almost every week we're either watching something or building to something this time of year. The darting calendar come to their conclusion. All the various tours and systems that have been happening throughout the year. This is where all the big prize money is awarded at all levels of the sport.
77.
And people get those big payoffs for picking up the titles.
For Danny Jansen, this is must win. If he loses this one and Henderson beats Thornton, you could say that probably the Group A race is pretty much done with a day to go.
74. $100. $134. Jeroen, you require 156.
134 for Jansen. Leaves himself on 116, and he's going to get a poke at it because Caron cannot make anything of the 156.
Danny, you require 116. $92.
Left himself on
Jeroen,
double
you require
12.
96.
Threatening the break, Caron has to take out this 96.
87. Danny, you require 24. Game shot on the first leg. Danny
It's
Jansen.
been a really good responses from Danny Jansen. He lost fixture 2 and 3 today, both by scores of 4-1.
Second
and
leg, it's Danny to throw
maybe
first.
did the damage in regards to
Game
him
on.
being able to win the group, depending on what we see from John Henderson.
100.
But he was getting into a situation where he could be going into day number 3 with no hope. He could have been in a situation where he was in a Group B, Group C conversation. But has really
85.
recovered himself well over the last 45 minutes or so. And I guess
57.
that goes to back up what he was saying in the interview at the start of the day, which was he tries not to get too stressed out with it, tries not to worry too much about the individual scenarios.
55. $82. $63.
Jansen just doing what he needs to do right now. Kind of has a similar ring to his game against Kevin Mills,
56.
where he wasn't superb in that game, but he knew he just had a level above and kind of did what he had to do to get over the line and get a result.
100. $39. $58. Danny, you require 167.
Feel he's not shaved enough off the score there, Caron.
142.
Fine effort.
Jeroen, you require 140.
This is where a treble on the previous visit would have left this much more simple for Caron. Now this does become just a setup play.
100. Danny,
She
you
does do
require
well.
25.
It's double 12 for Jansen. And he's
Game
not
shot on
going
the
to give
second
the
leg,
Belgian
Danny
a
Jansen.
sniff. 2-0 to the Mullet.
Third leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
2 more games to follow this one. Kevin Mills takes on Crabtree.
30.
That one really is a Group B position battle. Both players in positions 3 and 4.
140.
And then it's John Henderson, the man top of the table, looking to extend his lead going into the final day's play when he has to take on Robert Thornton, who's just given us a very good performance. The performance of his week so far in beating Cam Crabtree by 4 legs to 3.
85. 133. 78. 60. 60.
Well, Jansen first to finish, looking to ascertain the double breaker throw in this contest.
140.
Good time for that for
Danny, you
Jeroen.
require 138.
And he is going to get a go. And for the first time, he's going to be first to a double in this leg.
69.
Or in a leg,
Jeroen,
shall
you
I say.
require 80.
He's going to get 2 at double 10.
Game shot on the
Only
third
needed the
leg,
2
Jeroen Caron.
to get himself on the board. Jansen giving Caron a nod of acknowledgement
leg,
there, or
it's
fist
Danny
bump
to
of
throw
acknowledgement.
first. Game on.
Jansen still on throw, having broken in leg 1, but he's going to have to cash in that ascendancy here.
60. 140. 180.
Well, Maxi there for Jansen,
57.
looking to re-establish his authority in this contest.
43. 60. 128.
Beautiful switching there from Danny Jansen. Something that's coming back into fashion a little bit as well now. The switch to the 18. Say, fashion and trends go round in circles.
84. Danny, you require 90.
Triple 19 leaves double 16.
58.
Would have put him on the hill.
Jeroen, you require 160.
Perfect for another. But he couldn't follow what was a superb lie.
140.
He could do a dart
Danny, you
3.
require 32.
And by leaving himself on a double, he has told Jansen, you don't take this, this could be a level game. A game which Danny Jansen's dominated.
No
But
score.
missed opportunities
Jeroen, you
have presented a
require
chance to Jeroen Caron that at 2-0 down he probably didn't expect. And when you
shot
get
on the fourth
opportunities,
leg,
you have
Jeroen
to take
Caron.
them. And that's exactly what Jeroen Caron's done there. From 2-0 down, he's level up at 2-2. And he now has the ascendancy
Sixth
of
leg,
throw
it's
once
Jeroen to
again.
throw first. Game on.
We've just seen this story, haven't we? In the previous game, Crabtree was 2-0 up against Robert Thornton. Robert Thornton ended up turning that around and winning by 4 legs to 3.
180.
This could be bad news for the whole pack
50.
here. If Jeroen Caron can get the job done here, beat Danny Jansen, Henderson goes and beats Thornton. There's not much left to do tomorrow for John Henderson.
60.
Well, if Caron wins this game and Henderson wins his final
85.
match against Thornton, he'll have a 6-point lead at the top of the table going into the final day's play. But also his legs difference in comparison to the rest as well is
60.
sizable. Henderson at the minute, 16 points plus 20 in terms of legs difference. Jansen, as things stand,
20.
as live, as you can see on your screen here, 12 points plus 6. So not just do they have to overcome a big points gap from Hendo, but they have to also try and massive gap in terms of the legs
85.
difference.
Yeah, this is not good news for Jansen. It's not good news for the chasing pack. They'll be hoping and relying on a Robert Thornton win.
26. Jeroen, you require 116.
Number 19 would have given Jeroen a dart at tops.
92.
That leaves him on double 12. And from 2-0 down, he's going to get 3 darts in his hand to move 3-2 to the good. And Danny Jansen will be beginning to
81.
wonder how and where it went wrong. He missed a
24.
plethora of doubles to move 3-0 to the goods. And since then, Caron has been presented with chance after chance. And he's beginning to go through the gears. And he eventually finds a lead in this contest. And he's now a leg away from beating Danny
Check
Jansen.
flag. It's Danny to throw first. Game on. $58. $108.
He is looking far more likely now.
Well, the last 2 legs is kicked off with a max.
93.
Asking big questions of Danny Jansen. Danny Jansen's thrown 6 here. He's still behind on the scoreboard. Just sort of
100.
didn't get that little twizzle right there that he does with the dart, wasn't it? It was almost still twisting on the release.
100.
Those 3 darts were thrown with real venom and authority. You could really hear the thud into the board.
Well, these are the moments where we've questioned Caron, when he gets his nose in front,
100.
when it looks like he's going to go on to win a game. Just a couple of questionable darts, and a little spin being off very slightly is just the
45.
first warning
Jeroen, you
sign.
require
Can he get over the
121.
line and register a 3rd win?
Doesn't have to go for the ball, but he will go for the ball, and he'll get the ball. And it's a brilliant way to round off a comeback win for Jeroen Caron. From 2-0 behind, he's got the better of Danny Jansen by 4 legs to 2, and that could well be a sizable nail in the coffin of Danny Jansen's chances of winning this group. Caron, with his performance, or one of the performances of his week so far, an average just under 89, 4 from 9 on his doubles, that 1-2-1 checkout to finish. He gets the beating of Danny Jansen by 4 legs to 2, and it means that John Henderson, in the final game of the session, is going to get an opportunity to open up a 6-point gap at the top of the group. But prior to that, a big game in the middle of the pack, a big game in the race for Group B, as Kevin Mills takes on Cameron Crabtree.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and breathe after what was an excellent last game between Jeroen, Caron and Danny Jansen, the Belgian, with a big 4-2 win to end his day, and ending their days are Cam Crabtree and Kevin Mills. Now, this meeting yesterday saw Kev burst onto the scene out of Mika Richards back in 2006. A 4-1 win against Shazam announced his arrival on the stage, but for this pair, both on 8 points, only one can be on double digits by the end of play here. And if the truth be told, Matt, if we look at the numbers, look at the performances, Cam will be the heavy favourite. However, in a tone similar to that of Paris Hilton, Kevin Mills is the type of player that's going to keep himself interested in games. And Cam has missed a few opportunities when it's come to doubling today, and if he does that here against Kev, he'll get chances, and he's already shown that he could pick apart chances.
Yep, Crabtree the odds-on favourite to win this, despite the fact that he doesn't have the throw. But I agree, you would make him favourite for sure in this one, but I also agree in the fact that Kevin Mills is dangerous, and that can be reflected in the table. They are in positions 3 and 4, there's only separated by legs.
140.
So on the evidence of what we've seen so far this week, there's nothing really to separate the pair.
Well, the only thing that is separating the pair is 6 legs on legs difference. Crabtree +2, currently occupying P3. Mills -4, occupying P4 in the table.
80.
Opportunity there, because Kevin Mills not leaving a finish due to the bounce out. Means Crabtree will be first down, and he leaves it handy. Leaves it within range.
101 to get the break of throw and to open up a 1-0 lead in this contest. Perfect first start. Is it going to be a perfect start?
85.
Not to be.
Kevin, you require 116.
So Mills here looking at 116. It would be just his second ton plus check out of the week.
56.
And I don't think Kevin will feel like he should have been in control of his one that he could be about to lose. Crabtree gets the double 8, leads 1-0, gets the break of throw. And Kevin will feel like that's an opportunity missed.
Second leg, it's Cam to the
Was that a
reverse.
little bit of
Game on.
frustration, or was that controlled aggression there from Crabtree? Probably still reeling a little bit from the game previously with Robert Thornton. He was 2-0 up. He should have been 3-0 up, missed a couple of handfuls of darts, ended up losing the game. Thornton reeling off.
43.
An 11 darter in the last with 2 180s. And that was probably the defeat that meant that
58.
Crabtree realistically wasn't going to win this group.
And you feel like effectively the targets change. But actually this target is very attainable, and he can actually put himself in charge of his target, because this is game 14 of a Tuesday. So 97. This consequently becomes game 1 on a Wednesday. So if Cam can win both of his meetings against Kevin Mills, he'll open up a 4-point gap on Kevin, and the pair would only have 8 more points to play for the rest of the group. And so what he can do by not winning Group A is actually put himself in command of the other big race to get into Group B, a group which
96.
He never fails to get out of.
$134. Cam, you require 151.
17 would have given him a dart at tops. Mills took out a 1-2-1 yesterday. You get the sense if he's going to keep himself within arm's reach
86.
in this contest, he's going to have to take out the 1-2-4.
124.
Ball.
91.
Almost looked like he walked on that last start a little bit there.
Crabtree will be hoping when he walks to the board he's retrieving 65 points.
25. Kevin, you require 33.
But as good as Caron's been at times today, he has been giving opponents opportunities. And he's giving Kevin one here. And Kevin takes advantage of the opportunity. And if you remember the fixture yesterday, Caron got off to a great start.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
And then Kevin snapped 4 legs on the spin.
139.
And if you remember his game against Thornton, had darts to go 3-0 up, had control of the game, he let it slip.
140. 58. 85.
Just caught the flight there on the way in. Crabtree. That means, though, now he needs an extra treble.
140. 58. Kevin, you require 100.
Well, Mills has got 6 or 164 here. Now remember, if Mills wins this game, he'll go 2 points above Caron Crabtree. And actually, the same premise applies to Kevin Mills here.
100.
If he does the double over Crabtree, he'll move 4 points clear. This is a big mini battle over the course of 2 matches for these two.
64.
And Crabtree, who could have, should have been 2-0 up, could find himself 2-1 behind.
Game shot on a third
Mills
leg,
pins
Kevin
tops.
Mills.
How efficient has Kevin Mills been last dart in hand today?
He doesn't look like it, though, does he? They're both sort of moping around the stage at the moment, just as if the energy's been sucked out of there at the moment. And it's not like they're playing bad. Both players averaging 86, which is around about their sort of weekly stats. They're just demanding more from themselves. And here comes more.
108.
More like it. But you could be forgiven for thinking, based upon the facials of both players, this is a game being played in the mid-70s. But this is a game being played to a decent tempo. But it's two players who have had a lot of knockbacks so far this week. And it just looks like it's telling on both faces. However, on the other side of the coin, Kevin Mills went 5 deep into the 9.
And he was fancying that then, wasn't he? You could tell his mind was starting to wander.
98.
But we're getting to the crunch here. And Mills is threatening the break of throat.
60. 100. Kevin, you require 140.
Key passage in play. Both players on a ton plus checkout. Mills first go with the 140. He needed 2 trebles, leave himself a double. Crabtree needs just the 1.
Cam, you require
But he's going to have to take it because Mills is on a single to double to break the throw and move 3-1 up. 1 dart, double 15.
95.
Doesn't go.
Kevin, you require 58.
For a break of throat. For control.
48.
Well thrown dart.
You require 15.
No reward.
He slumps his shoulders. This is possibly awkward.
Game shot
It turned out to be perfect. How the emotions can contrast.
5th leg.
Kevin Mills laughs it off. Crabtree just trying to G himself up somewhat.
180.
It's all getting a little bit animated down there at the moment.
135.
There's a bit of gumption going on. Oh, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. And for the second leg in a row, Kevin Mills has gone 5 deep.
140.
Crabtree not letting him run away with it, though. This game hotting up.
It is getting to the boil as it heads to the business end.
45.
Oh, that was snatchy.
Yeah, the whole shoulder engaged there. Cam just taking a moment. Knows a couple of big trebles here. Can't get a few, but he will be looking downstairs here at the 19s, you feel. Try guarantee the finish and maybe leave something handy, which he does.
Kevin, you require 151.
Another key power play. Totsa Mills. Just below. It was thrown well. It was just lower the target.
129.
Crabtree's heart would have been in his mouth for a second. He's going to get a dart at the ball for the 129.
80.
But he's unable to take out a big tub plus check out. And so Mills returns for double 10.
It's the target that let him down for a 3-1 lead. But it does not let him down for a 3-2 lead. A good leg, but again, whether he wins them or loses them, he's shaking his head.
6th leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
Demanding high standards from himself. Feels there's an opportunity here to end the day in the top half of the table. And there is, if he can win just one more leg.
It's not a bad thing that Kevin Mills is setting his expectations high. But is it about managing
100.
that expectations when you're in a game environment?
Yeah, absolutely. Which is easy to say when you're sat here doing it.
85.
And talking about it. But when you're up there and you sense the urgency of time.
95.
Ken Crabtree's had 6 180s thrown at him in the last 2 matches. And he gets one of his own there. And that could be the maxi that takes us all the way to a last leg decider.
$121.
And he's going to get 6 darts. He's on for potential 11 darter. Double 18. Oh, it's another superb passage of play from this young maestro. We go all the way to a last leg decider.
7 from final leg.
A big leg, seismic leg in terms of the race for Group B. As to who is going to hold the aces, who is going to have the cards overnight.
42.
Going into what looks like the perpetual race of Wednesday.
An awkward opening visit for Kevin Mills.
100.
Cam doing the minimum requirement there, finding the 1 treble visit with the last start in hand. Kevin has to hit here. Big dart.
60.
Well thrown, well grouped. No reward, and Crabtree a chance to wrestle that advantage away now. Perfect darts.
60.
He'd just been expecting to plonk one on top there, but ends up looping it.
$40.
This is nervy from Kevin. And Cam here has to be like a great white shark, sniffing blood in the deep blue sea.
60.
But is unable to find that bite. And Kevin here, despite having a bit of an off leg, is still in it. But he has to find something tangible. Perfect time for a 2 treble turn. And suddenly it's awoken young Cam Crabtree. He looks at the camera. He wants everybody to know how key that max could be.
He wanted Kevin Mills to know how important that max could be as well. All that happening in front of his opponent.
130.
Who hits back strong himself. Nothing between the pair.
First poke Crabtree, and he should get first dart. Double 16 for the match.
85.
Skims the inside
Kevin, you
wire.
require 82.
And now his hopes hang on Kevin Mills missing 82. And for the debutant from Gwent in Wales, he knows how important this could be. Because he'll finish 3rd in the group if he pins double 7, and he does. and it's going to be advantage Kevin Mills in the race for third place in this Group A. He gets the better of Caron Crabtree in a last leg decider. A quality affair, really good game that. It didn't look like it because both players didn't particularly enjoy it. But Kevin Mills will enjoy the result and enjoy the 2 points that he's bagged, and he'll enjoy the 2-point advantage he has in front of Caron Crabtree in the race of Group B. These two will lock horns in the first game of tomorrow morning's session, but the last game of this afternoon session sees John Henderson in action. He can move 6 points clear at the top of Group A if he can get the better of his fellow compatriot Robert Thornton.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not only.
he thinks it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
We're not giving the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Double 7 now, sure. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland is knocked out. Darts for fun. The favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we come.
Hold on. We're
What's your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
One of the things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Joe!
Hi there, welcome back to the Modus Super Series where we're about to approach our final game of the day, and it sees John Henderson, top of Group A. He can open up a 6-point lead going into tomorrow's action if he can get the better of Robert Thornton. All jovial between the pair before our final battle of this Tuesday afternoon gets underway. For Henderson, well, he shrugged off a bit of a injury scare. We've had it confirmed it was just a little bit of cramp for the World Seniors champ. I suppose it's ironic that that was a type of injury attained by a World Seniors champion, isn't it? Well, these two are the only two players who've ever picked up that title at the Circus Tavern. Thornton, winner of that competition in 2022 and 2023, the first two runnings of the competition, beating Martin Adams in the first final and then getting the better of Richie Houghton in the second. John Henderson climbed to the summit of seniors darts by getting the better of Conor McGarry in the final at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet back in February. He'll be looking to defend that title
41
in the best part of, 4 months' time as winter becomes the spring. And hopes will only spring eternal for Danny Jansen in terms of winning this group if Robert Thornton wins this game. But the form line for Robert in terms of his last game of yesterday wasn't good. And there is sometimes a trend here at the Super Series, Matt, that if Thornton plays first and last, that sometimes he can just run out of a little bit of energy towards the end of the day.
Well, that happened yesterday, didn't it, for Robert Thornton? Back end of the day, he ended
63.
with an average in the mid-60s.
$94.
However,
135.
there'll be something about playing a player like John Henderson, someone who's been around for a long time, that will just have that little bit of inspiration for him. I mean, you should always have a bit of inspiration when you're playing someone who actually slaps you across the face on a TV stage.
45.
That's actually how we prepare for commentary in the morning, Matt, isn't it? That's our little G up before we press the mics and we go live.
61.
Even us in the commentary box have got our pre-show routines, haven't we, Matt?
140.
Well, that's a good 140 for Robert Thornton. Leaves himself handy after 18. John Henderson, who's not done much
60.
wrong today.
Robert, you require
Not doing
36.
much right in the opening leg here.
Thornton has to pounce upon this. He does.
Shot of
1-0
leg,
to the
Robert
form.
Thornton. Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
He has got the security, Hendo, of the fact that no matter what happens, he will have a 4-point lead going into tomorrow. And the worst case scenario is a 12-leg lead on legs difference. Now, that's effectively a game and a half advantage on legs difference and a 2-game advantage in terms of
46.
points. So whatever happens here, he's going to be in a good position. But if he can win this game, he'll be in a great position.
123.
Better this from Henderson, and sometimes when you have a slow start to the game, that's where you
95.
quite appreciate the fact it's on the opponent's darts. If you start bad with the throw, you can be 2-0 down in a heartbeat and chasing the game. This just all on throw at the moment.
59. 80.
Henderson looking to level this game up at 1-1.
40. 58. John, you require 158. 94.
Well, Henderson in cruise control here, leaving himself on 64 to level this contest up at 1 apiece. But Thornton is going to apply pressure.
John,
He's
you
left himself on
require
a
64.
2 darts himself for the break of throw, which gives this finish an air of must take.
44.
The top stressed
Robert, you
low.
require 88.
May just be 1 dart. At the ball.
63.
It wasn't a badly
John, you
thrown
require
dart one
20.
bit.
Just a little unsettled there in the setup for John Henderson.
15.
And I question
Robert,
whether
you
he should have
require
come away
25.
from the hockey and revisited at that point. Just couldn't quite get the grip of the dart on the passage from left to right hand.
Game shot
And
on
now
second
he's
leg,
lost
Robert
his throw.
Thornton.
Robert Thornton halfway to victory. John Henderson not really started yet.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
The man who's top of the table, who's been cruising through things so far, is worth noting that he's only lost
60.
one game, and that was against Robert Thornton. Is there some history between the two? Because head-to-head records do matter. And where they come do matter. Sometimes you have a psychological blow against an opponent.
John Henderson has not beaten Robert Thornton in this building in 4 attempts. They played at Double Trouble 2. Thornton won all 3 games. Thornton won this meeting yesterday by 4 legs to 2.
85.
In terms of this venue, Thornton has his number. But in terms of the way each other have been playing today, you would have had Henderson as a heavy favourite. Probably a heavy favourite to win this game quite comfortably too.
$36.
It's all looking a bit tight, isn't it, for John Henderson? Just struggling to get the height.
60.
This is the moment, the passage of play for Thornton, where he needs to take advantage.
$140. $140.
That 140 leads Thornton on a 2-darter. Henderson, you feel like had to take that out just to give himself something to get going, and he could well
60.
find himself behind the 8 ball here if Thornton takes out this 81. Double 12.
57. John, you
They were not badly
8.
thrown. But this could be a route back into the game for John Henderson. Double 10. That may actually be a help because he's got an open target to aim at.
You require
But he was
24.
unable to locate it. Double 6.
12.
He's had
John, you require 20.
2 visits to see off this leg, Robert Thornton. 2 legs to see out a 3-0 lead. He's presenting Henderson with an opportunity.
10.
But he is unable to
Robert,
take.
You require 12.
This is a passage of play that could decide the game.
Game shot on a third
Squeezes
leg.
it in. Robert Thornton now just needs 1 leg. There's the problem for John Henderson. 8 darts at the outer ring with no success. Just never really looked settled in this game. We normally say Henderson's
100.
sort of wobbly game is normally game number 1. That's been the best one for him today. He's done it in reverse.
And usually, Robert Thornton, you say the reverse. The earlier in the day he plays, usually he gets off to a bright start at the B of the bang. It's usually at the end of the day where there's 1 or 2 question marks. Well, it could be the complete and utter opposite because he beat Caron Crabtree in his previous match, and he could win his final game of the day here against Hendo.
And let's not distort and blur the lines here. This isn't because Robert Thornton's playing really well. This is because John Henderson's performance has dropped drastically. If Henderson can find what he has been finding throughout the rest of the day, he could easily turn this around unless Thornton raises his levels.
56.
I don't think this is over yet.
And the thing is, John is one of those players that, however unlikely it may be, he may just flick a switch at any moment.
$93.
Beautiful setup play there for Henderson. Leaves himself tops to try and start a comeback trail.
79.
Which,
John, you require
like I say,
40.
doesn't feel too unrealistic.
In the words of Bruce Springsteen, you
Yeah,
can't
John,
start
the
a fire
fourth
without a
leg, John
spark,
Henderson.
and that might just be that for John Henderson.
We know Thornton's got this
Fifth leg,
burst. He
it's
only
Robert
needs to
to the
find it for
reverse.
1 leg.
Game on.
But there are little signs at the moment coming
41.
from Robert Thornton.
And Hendo will be the type of player that will know, right, Robert doesn't look like he's any point soon going to finish me off. And so if I just hang about, I may just get opportunities to get myself back in this game.
140.
Well, my analysis of this is Thornton is still able to be taken here, and Henderson has been around long enough to know exactly the same. He will know he's behind in this one due to his own negativity rather than the positivity of Robert.
100.
But that was a big dart. Squeezing that one into the treble, last start in hand. Hendo's starting to find the flow.
100.
Starting to get in rhythm.
The big question is whether it's too little, too late. You get the sense this is probably the leg Thornton has to get it done in. And that 2 treble turns left himself on a 2-darter. And Henderson unable to take out the 161. He is going to leave himself handy. And so it means that Thornton has to take out this 80. 1 dart at Old Faithful.
60.
Match dart missed for the Fawn. Henderson gets another reprieve. He gets 3 darts to bring it back to 3-2 and back on throw.
Tried to loop it over the top and just arc the dart far too much. One more dart, one more opportunity, and he's
18.
missed.
Robert, you
The man top of the
20.
table could lose the last game of the day.
A game that if Henderson won, he would have completed the card. But Robert Thornton has missed 4 match darts
6.
to get the better of the Highlander. One for double one. 1 dart at the madhouse.
Game shot
1
of
dart
fifth leg,
got.
John Henderson.
And Henderson, by hook or by crook, is still in this contest. Thornton knows he should have
Sixth
finished
leg,
him
it's
off.
John to the row first.
Thornton knows
Game
that he
on.
should be heading back down the stage a 4-1 winner. He shakes his head, but he has to recompose. And when he looks back at the board, he's going to see Henderson
108,
having hit a 140. And as a consequence, suddenly, the pressure goes the other way. The pressure goes straight onto Robert Thornton.
Yeah,
58.
absolutely agree. Especially when he's not been playing well to get that 3-0 lead. You'll feel like he was going to get a win that maybe he wasn't expecting.
99.
All of a sudden, John Henderson's starting to go through the gears. There was always those warning signs that this was far from being done.
11.
And from this position, Hendo with the throw on 170 points beforehand. You feel we're going the distance.
$127.
It hasn't been vintage, but you've got to give credit to John Henson as to how he is dragging this out.
135.
Both players
John, you
play this
require
game with tenacious
135.
tartan spirit, a never say die attitude. It could have been so easy. And many players probably would have folded in the position that John Henderson was in this match. But the Highlanders left tops after 12 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. And this must feel like a game that slowly but surely in the mind of Robert Thornton is
76.
slipping away
John, you
from him.
require 40. Game shot on the
Use
sixth
that
leg,
first
John
dart
Henderson.
beautifully as a guide for dart 2. 40 darter for John Henderson.
7th and final leg. It's
And we
Robert
go
to
all the
throw
way
first. Game on.
to a last leg decider. Now, Robert Thornton could have played a maximum of 35 legs today, and he has now played all 35 legs. He's given us value for money, put it that way.
66.
Well, that's harsh there on Hendo. 2 well-thrown darts going the wrong side of the wire. And Thornton finds
108.
finds the first maximum of the game. What timing. Was it all in vain, the fight back from John Henderson?
Was it just a delay of the inevitable result? Now he's in rhythm.
99.
So this for the match. Thornton with time on his side. He's
Robert, you require 130
missed
steps.
4 match starts to depose of the Highlander, to depose of his compatriot.
59.
When he returns, he should get more. For Henderson, he'll feel like the hard work has been done today. The 4 wins that he has accrued is enough to give him a 4-point lead at the top of the table.
58. Robert,
But
you
for Robert
require
Thornton, it's an
78.
opportunity to inflict a second defeat upon the Highlander. And if he pins double 12, he would have doubled up in
54.
terms of success.
The problem here has been for Robert Thornton closing out this game. He was 3-0 up. He's now had 6 match starts. He's going to get, or should be getting, another 3. Treble, vital here for Hendo.
Caught at a number of mines.
24.
And because of that slip,
Robert, you require
he's not on a finish.
24.
Thornton's got 6 more. And for the
shot
second
and
day
the match,
running, Robert Thornton gets the better of John Henderson. And for a 5th time in this building, Robert Thornton's got the better of John Henderson. Hendo did his job really with a game to spare. He's 4 points clear going into the final days actually. He's got a big lead, but he knew it could have been a mammoth lead. He'll be hoping that he's not looking back at that game come the end of tomorrow afternoon's action. Thornton, a 4-3 winner, just like he was a winner against John Henderson yesterday. He'll finish up on 8 points and he'll finish up on the periphery of Group B. So John Henderson leads the way, 16 points to his name. Danny Jansen in second on 12. Kevin Mills rounds off the top 3 of the group going into the final day's play. Myself and Matthew Edgar, we're going to head next door for a very brief chat about the day's play. And that's going to happen on the other side of this.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge has been completed. Myself and Matthew Edgar have been watching every single dart in the commentary box, and this is what we have watched. Another scintillating day, another day filled with ton plus averages, filled with drama as well. John Henderson, the dominant force, once again, the second consecutive day where he's won 4 matches out of 5. Got out the gate quickly, averaging in excess of a ton against Crabtree in a 4-1 success. He'd win 4 out of 5. He came within a leg of completing the card, losing out to Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3 in the final match of the session. As I say, Matt's been watching all the action with me in commentary. Let's begin with John. That first game he sent a statement out. He looked, after 4 games, almost untouchable. Maybe towards the end just had a bit of a dip against Robert.
He really did. That wasn't the John Henderson we've seen all day there against Robert Thornton. The level wasn't quite there, a bit tight, a bit edgy maybe at times. Maybe he realised the situation. The players just below him, Danny Jansen, ended up losing that game. That could have really put him into a very strong position. He's still in a very good position going into tomorrow and is the likely player to win this group. However, he could have been going into tomorrow with a lot more comfort.
However, let's talk about the positives as far as Hendo's day is concerned, because there was so much that went so right, particularly early on. He looked, as I mentioned earlier, pretty much unassailable at points.
He was very good, wasn't he? He's had a very good period of time in regards to darts since picking up that Seniors World Championship. The result as well very recently at the match play. And he's the sort of player that when he comes to the Super Series, you expect him to win a week. And it could have a really good back end of the year. We know he's got a few big events still to come. He's got the Challenge Tour to come. This could really set him up for the back end of the year. So winning a Group A here in a very strong Group A is just going to, again, frank and confirm that form.
Further down the table, it looks like there's going to be a very intriguing race as far as who gets into Group B and who misses out on Group B is concerned. We'll begin with Caron Crabtree. We'll talk about Kevin Mills in a second. As far as he's concerned, he's put in, again, another couple of really good performances. But you'll end the day thinking, how have I got the points that I've got?
I think when we look at that race, and we can look at them both from their own individual angles, Caron Crabtree, we expect very high of him now. He came very, very close within a dart of winning this title. He's reached quarterfinals, semi-finals on the Pro Tour. The level of expectancy on Crabtree is that of someone we expect to be a favourite to win a week. Not to win a group, not to win a Group B battle. And it just feels this week that we're lowering the bar very slightly for Crabtree in our assessment because I expect a little bit more from him. I think he's the sort of player that should be coming here and going, I'm going to win that week. I look at the line and go, yeah, it's hard, but I'm the best player in there. I'm the player with the highest ceiling. I'm the one with the brightest future. I'm going to go do that. Instead, he's now getting into a battle for a Group B place with a debutant.
And that debutant is Kevin Mills, and he has had a very, very good week so far. Third in the table. Didn't play as well as he did yesterday, but one thing he was able to do was claw out results.
I'm impressed with Kevin Mills. You come here on debut, you're not quite sure what we're going to get. Well, we were seeing people take it 2 ways. Crabtree himself, 115 average on debut, hit the ground running. But Kevin Mills is doing it in a different way. He's been consistent. He's been composed. I've not seen a real flaw in his game. He's always around that sort of mid-80s. 6 visits to the board. That's going to keep him interested. That's going to keep him in any game here, bar the odd couple where people go crazy with the ton plus averages that we've seen already. Kevin Mills is competitive. Now, I think whatever group Kevin Mills goes into, he's going to be dangerous. And he could be another one of these players that end up coming here qualifying and then springboarding. We spoke to him Monday morning, and he wasn't sure what he was going to do moving forward. He certainly was saying he wasn't going to go to Q school due to the fact that he doesn't feel his game's quite where it needs to be, certainly this year. This performance this week may change his mind.
I suppose as well, it's the first couple of days. If he continues along this line, do you have any issues about him qualifying whatever group he's in?
He's going to be... I mean, Group C this week is very competitive. Sometimes we look at a Group C and go, well, actually, if you drop into there, you're going to be okay. I don't get that vibe this week. We've got competitive groups at the back end of the week. This is a week where you really want to be in Group B. Sometimes we look at it and go, Group C is better because the standard's going to be lower. Even though there's 2 from 6... you've got a better opportunity with the players that are there. Not this week. This is going to be tough.
And just finally, Danny Jansen would have come into today with a lot of hopes, a lot of expectations. Didn't quite work out, did it really?
It didn't, but at the same time, he reacted well to the negative results. He had back-to-back 4-1 defeats, then came out and played better. So some real positive signs there for Danny Jansen. I'd assess before we started a Group B sort of campaign would be good for him, and I'd expect him to get through that. And at the moment, that's the way it looks like it's going to go.
Does it look like Hendo for the group and probably looking at one of Mills, Crabtree, Thornton for Group B tomorrow?
Sat here right now, I would say absolutely. However,
you never know what you're going to see. Look what we just saw in that last game there. John Henderson didn't produce. If he doesn't produce, this is a group that will make him pay.
But Matt, as ever, thank you for your company. Always fun to be alongside you. Always fun to have your company as well. And we'll be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group A is going to culminate. But once again, it's John Henderson who is the dominant force in Group A. Another 4-win from 5 day. The Highlander is hitting the heights and is 1 day away from qualifying for the finals. Bye from here.